2025. It's been a great year. Plenty of fantastic modelling, some unforgettable moments, and more than a few special events along the way. In this special bumper episode of Flight Deck, we're taking a look back month by month at some of our favourite moments from the year. Let's start by rewinding to January. As always, January kicked off with our brand new range announcement. Stay tuned until the end of this video if you want to find out when we'll be revealing the 2026 range. In the range video, we heard from head of brand Dale, who talked us through what the year ahead had in store.
And finally, the much requested brand new tool 1/48 scale SEPECAT Jaguar GR.1 GR.1A. This kit has been in development for over 12 months. And we've been itching to tell you and show you this incredible new release. Due for release very soon, this kit will include highly detailed cockpit with optional early or late injection seats, detailed undercarriage and wheel wells, air brakes, flaps, slats and ailerons which can all be modelled in the down position, a range of stores including 1,000-pound bombs, 1,200 litre fuel tanks, EMI reconnaissance pod, AIM-9 sidewinders, fill mat and ECM pod. The following schemes will be included: a number 54 Squadron RAF Lossiemouth from 1974, 6 Squadron RAF Coltishore from 1990 to 94, XZ-118 Buster Gonad from Operation Granby, Desert Storm, Bahrain, October 1990 to March 91, a number 11 Squadron RAF Larbrook, West Germany from 1976.
Around the same time, we announced the Airfix Club kit, featuring the limited edition 72nd scale Messerschmitt Me410A3. And keep your eyes peeled early in January, because we'll be revealing next year's club kit very soon. I've seen plenty of guesses already, but so far, no one's quite cracked it. February saw a wave of new releases, including the 72nd scale Eurofighter Typhoon starter set. With 43 parts and everything you need to get started, paints, glue and brushes, it was a great entry point for new modelers. We also dipped into the Airfix archive to take a closer look at the AH-64 Apache. Hello Airfix fans and welcome back to another episode of Retro Unboxings. This month we're going back to the 90s with this AH-64 Apache kit from 1990. This kit is in 1/48 scale and the sprues are moulded in green plastic. The parts in this kit look really good. I must say the plastic might be a little thin. I can see the light peeking through some of the smaller parts. It's really interesting the number of coloured sprues we see in older kits. Do you prefer the colourful sprues of yesteryear, or are you more partial to the modern grey plastic? Finally, we have the clear parts, which have a few scratches on them but look good enough to build. Now, here's the unfortunate part, no decals or instructions in this kit. They've likely been lost in someone's stash over the last 30 years. A tragic loss, but I'm sure it happens to the best of us. March was a busy one. We spoke to that Spitfire bird about her life surrounded by Spitfires.
I don't think I really had any role models or aviation interests growing up. Strangely, I didn't have any family in the Air Force. There was no aviation background at all, so I'm not entirely sure where the passion came from. It would have been useful if I had had a background, because it would have obviously influenced my future career, because when I did become interested, I wanted to get into the RAF, and obviously I had no clue how to go about that. And when I did find an RAF careers desk at a careers fair from school, I was told quite firmly that the RAF was not for girls. So if I'd had some sort of clue as to how to go about it, or what aviation involved, or some sort of family way in, then that would have been very useful. So I didn't have any, is the short answer to that one. In later years, I'm ashamed to say, quite recently, I discovered the ATA, the Air Transport Auxiliary, who were an organisation during the war who ferried aircraft around. So it took the load off the chaps who were fighting, the fighter pilots, and they ferried aircraft from factories to airfields and from maintenance units back to airfields. But there were a lot of ladies involved in that, probably for the first time, flying all sorts of aircraft, from Spitfires to massive heavy bombers, with no training whatsoever, and with tiny instruction manuals. They'd get in, they'd fly in all weathers, without radio, without weapons, and in some cases, I think Mary Ellis, one of the ATA pilots, was ferrying a Spitfire and actually had a Messerschmitt 109 come alongside her over Kent. Obviously quite a scary experience as a lady and with no armament. So when asked what did you do, she just said, well, I just made sure he could see I was a woman and just hope he didn't shoot me down, which he didn't. So I mean, they had some guts, those ladies. So yes, I'm very impressed with them, but obviously they weren't an early influence on me, but obviously I've become aware since all of this has kicked off. I think the Spitfire was a bit of an advance in engineering for its time. Obviously the main ones people will have heard of, the Merlin engine, great innovation, good powerful engine, was used in many aircraft during the war. It's probably one of the things that helped win the war, used in the Spitfire, Lancaster, the Hurricane, the Mosquito, lots of different British aircraft, but also the elliptical wing. So you can see how thin the wing is at the end there, but also thick enough at this end to allow for armament. So it had several different wing configurations to allow for different sets of armaments, whether it was cannons or guns, and slim enough, and the elliptical wings at the tips made it very manoeuvrable as well. So it's much easier to fly. So if you're in a dogfight, the ME-109s were actually quite hard to manoeuvre, quite physically exhausting, whereas our pilots would just have to think about well, they say you just have to think about it and it would put itself where you've just thought, and you didn't have to think about that element. You could just concentrate on the fight. So it's a great weapon in its time, basically. Many challenges involved in operating historic aircraft in this day and age. Obviously, the parts aren't made anymore. A lot of the expertise has now died out. So everything is going to be expensive because a lot of it is handmade, hand-engineered, and there's a very small pool of skills of people left that know how to do this. So also we have modern aviation rules. The Civil Aviation Authority obviously has modern rules on airworthiness, so they have to be maintained regularly and often and thoroughly. And obviously if you carry passengers, even more regulations. So it's quite a few hurdles to jump through and an expensive process. I think the biggest challenges I had in becoming a woman in aviation was not being able to get into it to start with. I mean, back in my day, many moons ago now, probably the early 80s, like I say, I was trying to get into the RAF, and I was told at the RAF careers desk that the RAF wasn't for girls, basically. We don't take women, no, because you're a girl. And in those days, you just took no as no. There was no other way around it, really. I didn't know to get around that at all. So it wasn't really until much later life that I actually came here to Duxford. I think it was the 2015 Battle of Britain Air Show with my dad, who was my wingman at the time. And I saw adverts for Spitfire flights. I thought, didn't know you could do that. So I did that for one of my significant birthdays. And it just snowballed from there, really. The whole passion for it came back. And I then booked to do another flight after that because it's quite addictive. And that company, Aero Legends, actually take volunteers as ground crew. So that sort of coincided with retiring early from my job. And I had the time available to spend hanging around airfields and getting close to these historic aircraft, which is very exciting. And I've forgotten the question now, but that's how I got into it. And I think if you're prepared to work hard and just put the hours in, then you can. It's an opportunity now that was never around when I first started out. Plenty of emotional moments working with these old girls, because I think they all have their own little characters and such a story to tell. One of our Spitfires, who's not actually in this hangar today, she's having her annual maintenance, but our Spitfire Elizabeth was the first Spitfire I worked with Aero Legends, and she was shot down in July 1944. A couple of days beforehand, she had shot down 2 Messerschmitts, and a couple of days later, she was shot down herself over northern France by 2 Focke-Wulfs, and obviously went down. The pilot managed to bail out, luckily, and there was a 15-year-old French lad who saw this happen, and he found the pilot and managed to hide him. The Germans were looking for him, managed to hide the pilot, and eventually he was smuggled back to the French resistance and home to fly another day. And this 15-year-old French lad was at our Battle of Britain Air Show at Headcorn in 2019, so 75 years later. He was there as a 90-year-old, and we flew him in the back of Elizabeth. So that was just a lovely sort of full circle story. But you get a lot of stories. You get people coming to the airfield, my dad used to fly these, or not so much now, but chaps who actually flew them themselves, like, we landed a Lancaster in here in Headcorn. Really? But last year, lucky enough to be involved with a lot of the D-Day 80 commemorations. We were in Cherbourg with our Dakota, so I was ground crewing that for a week, lots of parachute drops. Just on the evening of D-Day itself, we actually flew the Dakota up the Normandy beaches, and we had a Hurricane off one wing and two Spitfires off each wing, Hurricane behind us, and we flew like an RAF salute up and down the beaches. That was pretty special as well. It's just in moments like that when you think about the history and how privileged you are to be witnessing probably things that won't happen again, I guess. So yeah, just tiny moments, or the bigger stuff like that, really. My engagement with aviation community is just through social media, really. Instagram mainly, and now also I've started to use Facebook as well for that Spitfire bird, as I'm known. I've been doing that for probably about 5 years, but I think the phrase is, if you can't see it, you can't be it. So Instagram, as you probably know, is quite frequently frustrating. And quite often I think, oh, what am I doing this for? It's taking so much of my time. But then I keep doing it because I think if people can see that there is a woman doing something in aviation, then they can think, maybe I could do that. There was nothing like that around when I was growing up at all. I had no clue that it was even a thing. So that's why I continue to do it, and I continue just sort of that little bit of visibility of my own, just get on with it, let people see I'm getting on with it, and then hopefully they think it's something they might be able to do in the future. Okay, so I was talking about the ladies of the ATA, who are now my personal heroines, who flew these aircraft during the war, the Air Transport Auxiliary, who flew the aircraft from factories to air bases and maintenance units to airfields. A couple of them have actually signed the door of our Spitfire here, Spitfire St George. Joy Lofthouse and Mary Ellis, so two of the more well-known ladies of the ATA. Mary Ellis, I mentioned earlier, who came alongside the ME-109 as she was ferrying a Spitfire. Joy Lofthouse, I think, famously said of the Spitfire, yes, she's a lady in the air, but she's a bitch on the ground. So those ladies are commemorated here. This side also has some famous boys, Rodney Scrace amongst others on this side as well, but my personal heroes are on this side. Well, I think women in aviation, the women coming along these days probably have a lot more opportunity now because it is a thing, and obviously we know that diversity inclusion, we need to get a lot more women involved in aviation, and it's in consciousness now. And I think to that end, women do have a lot more opportunity now. As if they know these roles exist, they can go, they've got the internet, you can Google stuff, what is involved. I mean, if that RAF chap back in my day had said, no, we don't take girls in the RAF, have you thought about fighter control, or have you thought about this role or that role or a desk role? Or there are thousands of jobs in the RAF I could have done, but I was just told a flat no. Whereas now, with the benefit of the internet, you can probably see more of what you can get into, and probably will be taken more seriously than I was. They look at you, think, oh, a woman, oh, and blonde, no chance. You don't get taken very seriously. Whereas now, people are taken more at face value, and more skill set is looked at rather than appearance, which is good. But I think, whoever you are, I mean, we've got a young lady who started with us last year. She's 18, but she's just enthusiastic, gets stuck in. Didn't get on that well at school, but she's absolutely fantastic. You can throw anything at her and she'll just do it. So, I mean, if it's great for the confidence. Just go along, see what you can do, basically, because there will be probably a role that you can do. And that's the big difference these days, I think.
The 48th scale SEPECAT Jaguar landed on workbenches everywhere. We took a look back at the incredible story of the Sugarbird Lady, Robin Miller. Robin Elizabeth Miller was born on September 8, 1940 in Perth. She was the second daughter of Horace Horatio Clive Miller, an aeronautical engineer, and Dame Mary Durrock, a well-known Australian author. Robin attended Loreto Convent in Netherlands, and later trained as a nurse at Royal Perth Hospital, where she graduated in 1962. Encouraged by Dr. Harold Dix, a prominent figure in the Royal Flying Doctor Service, RFDS, Robin worked to improve her aviation skills. She'd earned her private pilot's licence in 1962, but took it a step further, upgrading to a commercial pilot's licence in 1966. In 1967, Western Australia switched from using the Salk vaccine to the Sabin oral vaccine to immunise people against polio. Robin recognised a major issue. Many remote communities, especially Aboriginal settlements, had little to no access to healthcare. She decided to take action by personally flying the vaccine to those in need. To make this possible, Robin borrowed money to buy a Cessna 182 aircraft, And on the 22nd of May 1967, she began a series of solo flights across Western Australia's north and northwest, landing in isolated regions to administer the vaccine. Since the Sabin vaccine was given on sugar cubes, Aboriginal children affectionately nicknamed her the Sugarbird Lady. By October 1969, Robin had administered over 37,000 doses of the vaccine and flown 43,000 miles in the process. Her work was revolutionary, ensuring that thousands of people received life-saving vaccinations in areas where medical care was scarce. Robin's accomplishments extended beyond healthcare. She also made history as an aviator. In November 1967, Harold Dix invited her to co-pilot a Beechcraft Baron from Oakland, California to Perth for the RFDS. This marked the first of 9 long-haul ferry flights she completed in her career. In 1968, she achieved another milestone by flying solo from Paris to Perth in a single-engine Horizon aircraft. An extraordinary feat for any pilot, but especially for a woman at that time. She later upgraded to a Mooney Mk.2 aircraft, obtained a first-class instrument rating, and became a regular RFDS pilot. Though she initially faced resistance from male doctors, she quickly gained respect for her exceptional flying skills, professionalism, and ability to handle emergencies. Robin also refused to conform to traditional gender expectations. While many expected female pilots to dress like men, she confidently flew wearing skirts instead of trousers. In 1971, she published her memoir, Flying Nurse, showing her experiences in aviation and healthcare. In April 1973, Robin married Harold Dix in Canberra. That same year, she and fellow pilot Rosemary de Pierres competed in the Powder Puff Derby, a trans-America air race for female pilots. Unfortunately, in May 1974, Robin was diagnosed with melanoma. Despite receiving treatment, the cancer spread, and she passed away on December 7, 1975, at just 35 years old. Even after her death, her contributions were honoured worldwide, with a sculpture of a Mooney aircraft being unveiled at Jandakot Airport in Perth in 1978. After her passing, her husband Harold Dix compiled her diaries and manuscripts into a book titled Sugarbird Lady, ensuring that her story would continue to inspire future generations. Robin Miller's legacy remains as a trailblazer in both healthcare and aviation, proving that one person's determination can create lasting change, even in the most remote parts of the world. We chatted with Jennifer Wright on Sprue Talk.
And what got you into modelling?
I don't really know. Again, it was a long time ago. But my mother tells me, and I'll relate the tale because I believe her, because I do remember it. My grandfather had it wasn't a farm, but he had a house with a lot of land. And I come from Lincolnshire, which is a very heavily farming area. And this is a place called Hagbeach Drove, great name. He had 2 acres behind the house, and he had a big barn and a field, and he had cows in it. So it's like a farm, and he had a haystack. A real one that I used to climb up it all the time.
Sounds like a farm.
Yeah, he wasn't.
It's not a farm.
He wasn't a farmer.
No.
But we did used to have real milk and stuff from the cow. And my grandmother used to make cottage cheese because there was always too much milk. So yoghurt and cottage cheese would be on the windowsill and things like that. Anyway, I digress. This one time, we were down the field. My uncle was there, my granddad, myself, a few others. And my uncle was atop said haystack, which was, I don't know, probably 15 feet high. It was quite a big haystack. And there was an airfield sort of close by. I think it was Holbeach Drove or Holbeach or something. A little private general aviation field. And they used to have a little air show every year. And we were all just messing about down the field. My uncle was on top of the haystack and my granddad was throwing hay bales up at him. It was very, very wholesome. And all of a sudden, out of absolutely nowhere, a P40, and I remember it, had teeth, probably the one called Sue, just came roaring across the field, very, very low towards the airfield. And it caused my uncle nearly to fall from the haystack in like, oh! And my mum said I was absolutely hooked from that moment on. on aviation, on aircraft, and I think the modelling is a natural byproduct of that.
Yeah.
Long story, sorry.
No, it's all good. I always think that there's one thing going to air shows and seeing the aircraft and everything static or displaying, and it's, you know, gives me goosebumps and bits and pieces. But when you're just out in the middle of nowhere, not expecting something, and something goes over, that is a completely different level for me. I remember being out mountain biking ages ago and had no idea that this was going to happen, and the Lank and 2 Spits went over, and I was just like, wow, like you could take yourself back 80 years at that point and just be like, because I was in the middle of absolutely nowhere along the coast, and it's like, yes, 80 years ago, that is exactly what people would have seen at this point. It's exactly what they would have heard. And that's, for me, far more special.
It's kind of cooler almost to see them in the wild.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know if you've ever mountain biked in Wales. I'm sure you have. But I've been up there tootling along, and, you know, a pair of hawks will go past below you, you know, through one of the valleys, and it's just so cool to see that with your eyes rather than on a video or whatever, and the noise as well. It's just better. Air shows are too managed.
Actually,
much too managed.
Arrivals at RIAT, because you volunteer at RIAT as well, don't you? Arrivals at RIAT, so that Thursday, I love that day.
It's better than the weekend, isn't it? Top tip, get Thursday tickets and sit at the end of the runway there where all the spotters sit with the cameras. It's even better for me because I drive around the end of the runway all the time. They come right over the top of the van. It's brilliant. But yeah, it's because it's just non-stop, isn't it?
It's stuff coming in. They do loops, don't they? They sort of pass the runway. Some will just come in and taxi. Others will just do some random stuff.
You get the odd practice display.
You do get the odd practice, yeah. And but that's a lot of the time. It's the static stuff that has to come in first.
Yes.
So if you want to see that fly, it was at the Greek Phantoms. I remember those coming in last year and just being like, wow, they are cool coming in.
And they all park outside your tent, so I guess you're just sitting there loving it because they're right next to you.
It's quite hairy actually on the Thursday. What was it last year, Nath, or the year before? The year before we had, because the RAF village is directly, or year before was directly opposite us at RIAT, and they brought a F-35 in and said to us, just let you guys know, we're taxing an F-35 in under its own power. You might want to just
power being the operative word.
You might want to just move out the way a little bit. And we were like, oh, okay, yeah, no worries.
Make sure everything's nailed down, lads.
Well, they didn't say that. We wish they had. And we just finished and setting up and everything. And of course, we were taking ages because we just wanted to watch the stuff coming in and taxiing around. We just tied the marquee up. The vehicles were still right outside, and then this F-35 came in and then basically pointed its arse towards us and did power down. Well, power down in F-35 terms is actually power up before I power down. The thing nearly ripped our marquee away. But like idiots, we were stood directly behind it, so we were just getting absolutely burnt. But it was quite fun, and I was quite worried about our marquee and all the stock and everything else that was in it. So I wonder that if we hadn't have done the front up, the air would have gone straight inside and then would have taken it off its little pegs. But it would have been hilarious. We would have certainly made the news. I did show. Again, a bit like idiots, instead of trying to wave at people to get them to shut down this F-35 as quickly as possible, which I guess they were already doing anyway, we did film it, as you do, and I did show the organisers afterwards. So I was like, it's mostly best not to do this in future, because I think it was more luck than anything else that nothing got ripped out towards the runway as well. And they went, oh yeah, that shouldn't have happened.
Wow.
And then I went over to the F-35 pilot as he climbed down and realised that he was most probably about 18 years old.
I had him in the wagon, I remember, because I may have gently mocked him for his age.
Yeah.
Because he was in the back of the van, in the minibus, I call it a van. He was in the minibus, and he go to black, please, because all the flight lines got his colours. And he got 2 of his techie lads with him, and we were just chatting, and I said, "Oh, what are you here for?" Thinking he was going to be University Air Squadron in one of the little grobs or something. Oh, I'm in the F-35, you can imagine. And I just went, and the lads with him started laughing, and I said, "You don't look old enough, sir." He wasn't very happy with me, to be honest. But
I think he'd just been torn a new one by 2 guys that, I don't know, whether they were wearing high-vis jackets, driving around in a white flashy vehicle, and he got out and they had a bit of a go at him because of this manoeuvre that he was told to do by ground crew, I guess. And then, so he wasn't, I don't think he really knew what was going on. And then I was like, "Hi, can I have your autograph, please?" And then he took his helmet off, and I was like, "Oh my God, you're 18 years old." Which was quite interesting. But yeah, he was a really nice guy. After that, they sort of taxied things past using a, I don't know, tug or something.
They only have so many engineering staff and tractors for towing stuff about, and it is very busy. So I guess no one stopped and thought about the shutdown procedure.
No.
But why would they know?
No, but if they'd done that without pointing it back towards us, it would have been absolutely fine. It would still been really cool for us to have seen, but yeah. And then it was last year that someone put a sticker on an F-35, like a marketing sticker on an F-35, because we came in on the Sunday morning and they'd put metal fences around all the F-35s. It was like, it's a bit weird. In the last 3 days, there weren't metal fences around all the F-35s. Well, yeah, we found out that someone had put a sticker on a Norwegian F-35.
They're not stealth. The stickers aren't stealth. You can't put stickers on it.
No, and that was the day that we went quite heavy with giving out our stickers, and I was like, "Oh my God!"
Was it one of yours?
No, it wasn't one. But can you imagine the grief we would have got if someone had started tagging all these aircraft with Airfix stickers?
In March, we also explored the legacy of Bessie Coleman, the first black female pilot. Bessie Coleman was born on the 26th of January 1892 in a one-room cabin in Texas. She was one of 13 children in a poor family where neither of her parents could read or write. Her father, who had Native American roots, left the family when Bessie was young, forcing her mother to support the children alone. Despite these hardships, Bessie was determined to make something of herself. She attended a segregated school and developed a passion for education. As she grew older, she moved to Chicago in 1915 to live with her brothers. There she worked as a manicurist and a restaurant manager, listening to returning World War I pilots tell thrilling stories about flying. Inspired, she set her sights on becoming a pilot. However, in the US, flight schools wouldn't accept black students, let alone black women. Encouraged by Robert Abbott, the influential publisher of the Chicago Defender, Bessie set her sights on France. With financial backing from Abbott and others, she studied French and travelled to Paris in 1920 to learn how to fly. She trained in a Newport 564 biplane, mastering a difficult steering system, and on June 15, 1921, she became the first black woman and the first Native American to earn an international pilot's licence. When she returned to the US, she was an instant media sensation. Commercial aviation was still in its infancy, so one of the only ways to make a living as a pilot was through stunt flying. Bessie needed advanced training, so in 1922 she returned to Europe for further instruction, learning from top aircraft designers and military pilots in France, the Netherlands and Germany. When she came back to America, she launched her career as a stunt pilot. Now known as Queen Bess, she performed daring aerial tricks at air shows across the country, flying military surplus planes like the Curtiss JN4 Jenny. In 1922 she made her American airshow debut at an event honouring black veterans of World War I. Her performances thrilled audiences of all races, and she used her fame to inspire African Americans to pursue aviation. She also refused to perform at segregated events, making a bold statement against racism. Bessie dreamed of opening a flying school for black aviators, but funding remained a challenge. She was briefly offered a role in a movie, but walked away when she realised the film intended to portray negative racial stereotypes. On April 30th, 1926, while preparing for an air show in Jacksonville, Florida, Bessie went for a test flight in a recently purchased Curtiss JN4 Jenny. Her mechanic and publicity agent, William D. Wills, was piloting when the plane unexpectedly spun out of control. Bessie, not wearing a seatbelt because she was scouting a parachute jump, was thrown from the aircraft and killed instantly. Moments later, the plane crashed and exploded, also killing Wills. She was just 34 years old. Though she never lived to establish her flying school, Bessie's legacy remained. Her death was widely mourned in the black press, and 10,000 people attended her Chicago funeral. In the years that followed, black aviators credited Bessie as their inspiration. Because of Bessie Coleman, countless African Americans dared to dream of the skies. March also marked the 31st anniversary of the Eurofighter Typhoon. The Eurofighter Typhoon is a key component of the modern Royal Air Force and has undergone continuous upgrades since its introduction at RAF Coningsby in 2006. Designed as a swing-rail combat aircraft, the Typhoon is capable of conducting both air-to-air and air-to-ground missions. It is currently one of the most advanced and versatile fighter jets in operational service, used for reconnaissance, precision strikes and airspace defence. The Typhoon's development began in response to the need for a modern European fighter aircraft in the late 1970s. At that time, European air forces relied on ageing aircraft, such as the British Harrier, German Phantom, Italian F-104 and Spanish Mirage, while the US and Soviet Union fielded more advanced fighter jets. To address this gap, the UK, Germany, Italy and Spain launched a future European fighter aircraft, FEFA, programme in 1983. The objective was to create a high-performance multi-role fighter capable of supersonic flight and advanced combat manoeuvres. Each participating nation had specific requirements. The UK prioritised agility, Germany sought a multi-purpose design, and Italy and Spain needed a cost-effective replacement for their older fleets. The first Eurofighter Typhoon prototype conducted its maiden flight on March 27, 1994 in Germany. However, the project experienced delays and full operation capability was not achieved until the early 2000s. The UK's Royal Air Force received its first Typhoon in 2003, with the aircraft becoming combat ready by 2007. Equipped with an advanced radar system and powerful engines, the Typhoon demonstrated exceptional performance in both air-to-air and air-to-ground operations. The Typhoon's first combat deployment occurred in 2011 in Libya, where it performed air patrols and precision strikes. It has since been involved in missions against ISIS in Iraq and Syria, further proving its operational effectiveness. Beyond the UK, the Typhoon has been exported to Austria, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Qatar, with over 600 units produced to date. It remains a critical asset for European air forces and a testament to international collaboration in defence technology. April kicked off with a very unusual visitor in our April Fool's video.
For over 70 years, Airfix has recreated history's most iconic machines, but today we take on something truly out of this world. A model unlike any other. A designer like no other. Merp, thank you for joining us today. Could you tell us a bit about yourself and your title here at Airfix?
Ah, yes, of course. My official title is Interdimensional Craft Conception Specialist and Senior Galactic Aesthetics Supervisor. Bit of a mouthful, but it gets the job done. I handle all the design work for anything that involves extraterrestrial engineering, intergalactic travel, and anything that hovers or defies gravity. Mostly UFOs, and the occasional flying saucer for personal reasons.
So Merp, tell us about the design process for this UFO kit. What was your inspiration?
The goal was to create something sleek and stealthy, capable of moving at speeds that would make your fighter jets look like they're standing still. We wanted it to have the feel of something advanced, but still plausible for Earthlings to comprehend. As for inspiration, I mostly drew from my own extraterrestrial experiences, you know, things like phasing in and out of dimensions and travelling faster than light. The challenge was making sure it also fit on your shelves without causing too much confusion for your less imaginative modelers.
We've heard a lot about this new 3D printed version of the UFO kit. How does that fit into your design?
The 3D printed version is about giving Earthlings the ability to create their own model without needing to wait for mass production. The idea is simple. Print it yourself, put it together and have something you can call your own. I had to account for some of your limitations, like how long it takes you to understand instructions, so I made sure to keep things clear. Honestly, the challenge with 3D printing is that it's a little too primitive for my taste, but it works for what Earth is capable of.
We've heard that some of the parts in this kit might look familiar to long-time Airfix builders. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, let's call it a homage to some of Airfix's finest work. Designing a spacecraft from scratch is one thing, but why would we reinvent the wheel when you can borrow a few? If you look closely, you'll see elements from kits like the Ferret and the Sea King, because if a vehicle is good enough for Earth's battlefield and skies, it's good enough for deep space. Plus, it adds a bit of fun. Think of it as a kind of galactic scavenger hunt. How many classic Airfix parts can you spot? Some are obvious, some... well, let's just say we got a little bit creative with their new roles. I look forward to the inevitable forum debates.
Why the chrome-plated finish for the UFO parts? Was that your idea?
No, marketing wanted it. The shiny finish was a request from the Earth team. Apparently, it looks cooler on the shelves. We originally had a more subtle matte finish, more stealthy, more radar invisible. But your marketing team insisted on chrome, because apparently shiny equals futuristic. Look, I get it, you all like things that sparkle, but it's more 1950s sci-fi than actual stealth technology. But if it helps you sleep at night, I suppose you can always just cover it in tinfoil.
Finally, Merp, any tips for modellers building this UFO kit?
Any tips? Yeah, first off, don't panic, it's just a model. You won't summon any interdimensional rifts, probably. If a part doesn't fit, don't assume it's a manufacturing error. Maybe it's just you. And if you get frustrated, take a break, deep breaths, and when you finish and you look at your creation, there's always a slight chance you'll feel something else. A small tingling sensation. Perhaps an urge to look up at the stars. If that happens, don't be alarmed. I won't be visiting. Today, anyway.
On International Pet Day, we took a look at the remarkable animals of war. It's International Pet Day, so let's take a look at some of history's most unexpected mascots. Animals played vital roles in wartime, from delivering messages to boosting morale. During both World Wars, animals weren't just companions, they were essential workers. Horses, donkeys, mules and camels transported food, water, ammunition and medical supplies to soldiers on the front lines. Dogs and pigeons carried messages, while canaries were used to detect deadly poison gas. In the trenches, cats and dogs kept rat populations under control, preventing disease and protecting food supplies. Some animals even became decorated war heroes, earning medals for their bravery. Cats weren't just beloved mascots, they were valuable members of the military and naval units. They helped control rodents, which could destroy food stores, chew through wiring, and damage ropes on ships and in barracks. Without them, infestations could cripple entire operations. Sailors were particularly fond of ship cats, believing they brought good luck and even had supernatural abilities. Some said cats could predict storms using their keen sense to detect air pressure changes. Now, dogs weren't just messengers in wartime, they were trained for combat missions. In World War II, Britain's 13th Parachute Battalion came up with a bold experiment: parachuting dogs, or paradogs. These dogs were specially trained to withstand the roar of aircraft engines, gunfire and explosions. They were also taught to sniff out explosives, an ability that saved countless lives. Wearing their own custom parachutes, these dogs were trained to leap from planes by following treats or bones. Surprisingly, many of them seemed to enjoy it. After a few practice jumps, they often jumped willingly, without any encouragement. Once on the ground, they worked alongside soldiers, detecting landmines and carrying messages through enemy territory. Now, not all military animals were small and agile, some were massive and surprisingly strong. During World War II, a Syrian brown bear named Wojtek became an honorary member of the Polish Army's 22nd Artillery Supply Company. Originally adopted as a cub, he quickly grew into a powerful symbol of strength and resilience. Wojtek wasn't just a mascot, he actively helped carry artillery shells to the front lines, mimicking the actions of his fellow soldiers. In return for his hard work, he was rewarded with his favourite treat, beer. He also developed a taste for cigarettes, not just sniffing them, but actually eating them whole. In cold weather, he would sleep alongside the soldiers, keeping them warm at night. After the war, Wojtek retired to Edinburgh Zoo, where he remained a beloved figure. Later in that month, the Fairy Gannet Cod 4 was released, complete with a limited edition coin. In May, we marked the 80th anniversary of VE Day. May 8th, 1945 marked a turning point in history. Known as VE Day, Victory in Europe Day, it was the moment when the Allies formally accepted Nazi Germany's unconditional surrender. The surrender itself was signed a day earlier, on the 7th of May, in a small schoolhouse in Reims, France. It was there that Germany's military representatives agreed to lay down arms, effectively ending the war in Europe. In Britain, the announcement came from Prime Minister Winston Churchill just after 3 p.m. Speaking from Downing Street, he told the nation, "We may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing." And rejoice they did. Millions poured into the streets across the UK, singing, dancing and celebrating the hard-won peace. King George and Queen Elizabeth, along with Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret, appeared on the Buckingham Palace balcony, waving to the crowds. Later that evening, Churchill joined them, greeted with cheers of gratitude and relief. But the joy was mixed with sorrow. The war had taken a terrible toll. Over 450,000 British and Commonwealth service personnel had died. Cities lay in ruins, families had been torn apart, and soldiers were still fighting in the Pacific, where the war with Japan raged on. So while VE Day was a time of celebration, it was also a moment of reflection. For many, the celebrations were personal. It meant the hope of reuniting with loved ones, of rebuilding shattered homes and lives, and it meant the beginning of something new, after years defined by fear, rationing and uncertainty. VE Day didn't mean the end of World War II entirely. Fighting would continue in the Asia-Pacific region for several more months. It wasn't until August 1945, following the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that Japan surrendered and the world could finally breathe a collective sigh of relief. Still, May 8th remains one of the most significant dates in modern history. It symbolises the triumph of unity over tyranny and the sacrifices made by millions to defend freedom. Every year it's a reminder of what was lost and what was won, and why peace must never be taken for granted. We also sat down with Paramjit, the designer of the 48th scale SEPECAT Jaguar.
I'm Paramjit Sembi, Airfix designer, and I was the lead designer on the 148 Jaguar. And I mean, so many people have been requesting it. Funny enough, when a lot of people thought it was going to come out, I was in the middle of designing it, and which is quite good actually, because then I could ask people what they sort of wanted in a Jaguar. I think the most common thing was doing it in a way where the nose is separate from the fuselage. That was quite a common request that I seem to have got. In terms of expectation, no, it didn't feel like any more pressure, just because I feel like at this sort of stage in my career, I'm used to that pressure. The 48 scale Buccaneer was a highly requested kit. The Gannet seems to have gone down pretty well with the public as well. So at the end of the day, it's the consumer or the modeler who decides how good the product is, and I just try and do the best as I can. At the end of the day, you never know how good something is going to be until it's out, people have it in their hands and start building it and stuff like that. So concept to final tooling, I will probably say about 2, maybe even 3 years. I mean, in terms of design, it was one of my longest. Very complicated shapes. In terms of design, maybe about 9 months, which is quite typical with me now. I feel done the same with the Buccaneer and Gannet. Those took similar amount of times, and they're similar scope projects in terms of the complexity. Things like that usually take a bit of time during design phase and then tooling phase. Again, I don't like rushing the test shop phase. I like ironing out all the issues that I have, and rather than signing it off with stuff that isn't 100% right. Obviously, there are times where you sort of need to draw a line in, but I try and rectify all the issues first. I had quite an extensive research pack. We had really good research sources. I mean, Jaguar, Cosford use them for their training purposes, which is great. Cosford has an extensive array of Jaguars, so they have loads of variants that we could pick off. For example, like they got the different seats, which was extremely invaluable. A lot of the scan data actually came from Cosford. We saw Norwich was a really big help. The heritage centres, Watersham, that was great. Manston, which is near the head office in Margate. And yeah, it was just great The Jaguar is one of those ones where it's not too old where it's hard to find information for, but it's fairly new that multiple museums and other people still have them intact, which was extremely handy. A lot of the Jaguar is broken up into many sub-assemblies. So you've got the wheel well, you've got where the air brake goes, you've got the nose wheel bay, then obviously you put them together, then you've got the nose that slots in, then you've got the wing. So you've got multiple sub-assemblies coming together, and hopefully they all come out okay. Thankfully, the nose into the fuselage seems to be a pretty good fit. I think it's the best it could have been. I didn't want a big step or like some funny joints or something like that, so it seems to have gone down pretty well. Trying to get the gun fairing all to blend in correctly was always a bit of worry, but thankfully it seems to have been tooled and designed okay. For the intake, I designed a jig in the design phase. It was just so that I could put it together a bit more easier. When I'd done the SLA prototype, it was quite handy for that, but once I got it in injection molded test shots, I felt like it wasn't particularly needed as much as before, but I did still leave it in there and then leave it in the instructions. But for me personally, I feel like you don't 100% need the jig, but it is there if you need it. My idea behind that was it's better to have it and not need it rather than need it and not have it. But for the intake, it's just the most important part of that is just removing the feed gates and cleaning those up correctly. That's what usually affects the fit for the intakes, and they seem to go down. Once you get the two halves together, they do go on quite nicely onto the fuselage because I've given quite a lot of surface area for that to join onto. For the wings, I didn't want to do the wing slotting in just because there's no seam line here, so I didn't want to end up doing it like that. So on the real thing, the wing is a whole piece like that. So I thought, let me try and emulate it like that. So follow the panel lines on where it splits off, and thankfully it seems to have gone down pretty well in terms of the fit and design. Something I'm quite happy with. And then there's more or less minimal or no cleanup required, which is extremely handy. I'm happy with the level of detail that I put in because I spent a lot of time on the surface finish and trying to get those right, and having conversations with the toolmaker. So if people notice, once you get the plastic in your hand, there's not much of a grainy surface on there, which in past kits has been a bit of an issue, something I've not really been overly happy with as well. And also the rivets are quite nice and fine. I'm happy the way the slides have worked out. A lot of people haven't realised is that the fuselage has a slide on two halves, which most people know, but not many people have realised that there's actually slides on the nose as well. Hence why the nose is on each side, and then there's slides to get all that detail on the underside. One thing I quite like to do is on external surfaces, so like the top surfaces of the wing and the fuselage, I like to do recess rivets. And maybe here and there's a bit of raised detail. And then for internal stuff, so like the air brakes, I've done raised rivets, so I quite like putting a pin wash on the raised rivets because it's easier to clean up with the brush. However, when you're doing the external surfaces, I like using a wash all over it and then wiping it away. It's a lot easier on recess rivets. For the little metal clamp bit, I went with a combination of raised and recess rivets, so if you run your finger on it, you'll be able to feel the raised rivets on there. So on the real thing, I use the raised rivets for the bigger ones and then recess rivets for the smaller rivets when you see it in real life. That's the sort of way I try to break it up and give it that realism. As I mentioned earlier, there are two types of rivets, so you've got the smaller ones and then you've got these bigger ones. On the kit, I went recess rivets for the smaller ones, and for these big rivets, I went raised. The reason why I did that is because it's hard to differentiate in 48 scale between two different sizes, so the best way I could do it was doing raised and recessed rivets. And hopefully that comes out okay, because hopefully with maybe a bit of hand painting or dry brushing you can pick out some of the raised rivets which have a slightly darker shade of metal. Not many people realise that there's actually a slide on the bottom half of the nose as well to get all that detail. You can see the split line just on the edges as well. That I'm quite happy with the way they managed to get that with that level of detail, and there's not too much of a step on cleaning it up. So the landing gear was definitely the biggest challenge of this kit. I actually designed, this is in the design phase and it's very rare, I don't think I've ever done this before, but I designed the whole undercarriage and I wasn't happy with the design of it, and then I ended up designing a whole new different method for that, and then went ahead with that design. That sets me back weeks, maybe about a month, or maybe like a month or two, but I feel like it was definitely worth it because the undercarriage was so fundamental and key part of the Jaguar. If it doesn't go together right, or is very difficult to assemble, then it just ruins the whole build experience. And my like sort of design ethos as well is the build needs to be the most enjoyable part, because if you don't get past, if the build isn't an enjoyable aspect of the model kit, then it sort of sets a bad tone throughout the build. So for the A scheme, that's the tin nose or the prototype nose. I gave a jig for that so you can cut that bit off. I know some people will probably say, why couldn't we just provide that in that whole nose? But again, it comes down to the space in the tool. And for doing it for one scheme out of multiple releases, including the releases in the future, it just wasn't commercially viable to do that. So that's the sort of idea I came up with, of providing a jig and then you can sort of plug that nose in. So the vertical stabilizer or fin has a separate cutout. So originally it was all as one piece. However, when I sent it to the toolmaker, they came back to me and said this part is too thick at the base. It will sink. So I had to come up with a way of coring it out into two pieces, but without trying to compromise it too much. I couldn't split it completely in two because it was going to be too thin. The fin is slightly too thick to be made in one piece, but slightly too thin to be made in two complete pieces. So that's why on the starboard side I had to cut out a little section of it, and then thankfully, because my worry was that that part wasn't going to fit on quite so nicely, but it seems to have a pretty good fit. And another thing was that the fairings for the flaps were actually molded on, but because the flaps have such a thin trailing edge, it would have caused sink on the top surface. So that was another thing where they said, could you separate these parts out? And that was a bit tricky because there's not too much location to do on, and those fairings actually have very small feed gates, but it is one of those things where in this scale it had to be done as separate parts. But in an ideal situation I wouldn't have preferred not to have done that, but as is the limitations of injection molding. I was quite happy with the level of detail with the cockpit. Doing multiple 48 kits, I sort of got a feel of the level of detail that can be achieved at this scale, so that's definitely helped in terms of the experience. I mean, you can use the decals or you can sort of dry brush it on. My aim is obviously to try and replicate a 3D printed decal as best as I can, or the need of trying to bridge that gap as much as possible. Same with the instrument panel and ejection seat. You probably still can't beat an aftermarket resin or 3D printed decal, but I'm just trying to bridge that gap as much as possible so you can get the best from an out-of-box build.
In May, I answered your questions about the Airfix Club. Recently, we put out a post on our socials asking what you want to know about the Airfix Club. In this video, we'll address all your questions and dive into the Airfix Club kit. What is the 2025 Airfix Club kit? The 2025 exclusive club kit is the Messerschmitt ME410A3 in 1/72 scale, exclusive to club members. How do I get the club kits if I live in the EU? If you're in the EU, you can still join the Airfix Club via the Rest of the World membership. Members outside the UK can still get the red box. It just needs to be purchased separately. Please check your shipping and import costs before completing your order. Can I gift a membership to someone else? Yeah, you absolutely can, although there's no official way to do this. The best way would be to purchase the club membership and put their address in the shipping information. What discounts and incentives are there for club members? As a club member, you enjoy several benefits. A 10% discount on all items at airfix.com, access to exclusive competitions and giveaways, participation in the Flying Hours programme, allowing you to collect tokens from kit purchases and redeem them for free kits. Are the magazines still available with my membership? Yes, club members receive free magazines annually. If you're in the UK, you'll get a printed copy like this, and if you're in the rest of the world, you get a digital copy. What are the differences between the two membership types? Membership benefits vary between the UK and rest of the world options. UK membership includes the Red Box Club package with the exclusive club kit, a wall calendar, a Flying Hours passport, free printed magazines, and access to the Airfix members area. Rest of the World membership provides digital copies of the free annual magazines, access to the Airfix members area, and participation in the Flying Hours programme. What exclusive competitions are available? Airfix Club members have access to exclusive giveaways and competitions, for example the current one, an Avro Lancaster B2 paired with an owner's workshop manual. How long does my membership last? Airfix Club memberships are valid for 1 year from the date of purchase, with renewal options available. How do I sign up? To join the Airfix Club, all you have to do is visit the Airfix website, pick the relevant club kit, either UK or rest of the world, add to your cart, proceed to checkout, and you're done. And if you haven't got an account, all you have to do is make one. Who is the Airfix Club for? The Airfix Club is designed for model enthusiasts of all levels. Whether you're just starting out or you're a seasoned builder, the club offers resources, exclusive kits, and a community to enhance your modelling experience. Is the club kit suitable for beginners? The club kit isn't specifically designed for beginners, it's more of an advanced build, but that being said, if you've built 1 or 2 model kits and you're after a challenge, this might be a good option for you. Equally, if you're not quite ready, this can sit in your stash quite nicely, and you can utilise that 10% discount all year round and get some starter sets until you're ready to build the ME410. What makes the Airfix Club different to just buying a regular kit? Joining the Airfix Club is much more than just buying a model kit. As a club member, you get access to exclusive perks like a club exclusive kit each year, 10% off everything on the Airfix website, free Airfix Club magazines packed with behind the scenes content and features, exclusive members only content and experiences online, access to the Flying Hours scheme, which lets you earn free kits just for building. So it's more of a full experience for modelers rather than just another purchase. What are Flying Hours? So in your club kits you'll find a Flying Hours passport which looks like this, and you can use this to redeem free kits. So on top of every Airfix box is a Flying Hours token. All you do is cut that out of the box when you're finished with it, stick it in your passport, and once it's full, send it off to us, and you redeem it for a free kit. How is the club kit chosen each year? Sometimes it's a classic favourite, or it might be something recently tooled, or a new scheme option. But we're always open to suggestions, so please leave your ideas for a 2026 club kit in the comments below. How do I access members-only content? Once you're signed up, all you need to do is log onto your account on the Airfix website. From there, you'll be able to access exclusive articles, news, and special offers that are only visible to club members. It's a nice way to stay connected with the community and get a little extra insight into the world of Airfix. Why can't the club kits be in 1/48 scale? Well, actually, they can, and sometimes they are. The club kit can vary from 1/72 scale to 1/48 scale, so keep your eyes peeled. You never know what might happen. That's all the questions we got for this time, but if you have any more questions about the Airfix Club, drop them in the comments below. And we hope to see you soon enjoying your membership perks. We'll see you next time.
May also marked 90 years since the first flight of the Bf-109.
In 1934, as Nazi Germany began rebuilding its military might, the Luftwaffe issued a requirement for a new high-performance single-seat fighter. The Bavarian Aircraft Company responded with what would become one of the most iconic fighters of all time, the Bf-109. Though commonly referred to as the Me-109, the aircraft's proper designation, Bf-109, reflected its roots before the company was renamed Messerschmitt AG. Its chief designer, Willy Messerschmitt, envisions a sleek, angular, low-wing monoplane, prioritising speed and performance. However, due to Germany's limited aviation resources at the time, the first prototype, flown in October 1935, was powered by a British Rolls-Royce engine, as even the available German Junkers Jumo wasn't yet ready. 90 years ago to the day, on May 29, 1935, the Bf-109 made its first official flight. It marked the beginning of a new legendary career in military aviation. When the Bf-109A, powered by the Junkers Jumo engine and armed with two synchronised 7.92mm MG-17 machine guns entered service, the fighter was quickly thrust into combat in the Spanish Civil War as part of the German Condor Legion. The Bf-109's design philosophy, compact size, high power and lightweight construction gave it superb climbing and diving capabilities. However, this came at a cost. Limited range, minimal loiter time and awkward handling on the ground due to its narrow undercarriage. Still, its combat debut stunned the military aviation world and it quickly set new standards for fighter performance. The aircraft continued to evolve rapidly. Perhaps the most famous early war variant, the Bf-109E, Emile, dominated the skies over Europe during the early stages of World War II. Despite encountering new rivals such as the Supermarine Spitfire, the Bf-109 remained a lethal and effective combat aircraft in the hands of experienced pilots. Although later German aircraft such as the FW-190 and the jet-powered Me-262 were introduced, the Bf-109 remained in production throughout the war due to its ease of manufacture, relatively low cost and adaptability. Constantly upgraded, it went through numerous variants, including the Gustav G model, and the final wartime production model, the K series, which entered service in late 1944. These later versions boasted top speeds exceeding 450 miles per hour, with some experimental models like the Bf-109H reportedly reaching an astounding 470 miles per hour. By the war's end, the Bf-109 was still a staple of the Luftwaffe. In fact, it accounted for approximately 57% of all German fighter aircraft built during the war. More than 33,000 units were produced by Germany, making it the most produced fighter aircraft in history. Including licensed production in Czechoslovakia and Spain, the Bf-109 served in air forces across Europe well into the 1950s. Even after World War II, the legacy of the Bf-109 endured. It continued to fly in countries like Spain until 1958, a testament to its durability, effectiveness and historic significance.
June opened with a chat with Corporal Jones, who gave us a full tour of a SEPECAT Jaguar.
So we start at the front. Here we have the pitot probe. This is what gathers airspeed and altitude data. Oh, there we go. So this is modelled in the kit beautifully. It's nicely scaled. And the first thing you'll notice is that this is quite unusual as pitots go, because it's only actually metallic up until this point here, and then from here on you transition to the aircraft camouflage colour, which in this case is green, or if you eventually get on to do a grey one or the desert one, that will be the aircraft, that colour as well. It is just after the fin part, that's where your transition is. And then moving back, you can see there are various chips here from age. They are down to the silver metal, but there is little hints of the zinc chromate primer as well. Moving back, this is the glass part of the laser designator, which isn't actually fitted in this aircraft, but you would actually see it just about here. It would be a round, glossy circle of a lens, so gloss black, for example. So I did think for a few seconds when I was making it about whether to stick the actual lens in. You could potentially do that, and you'd be able to see that through the front. The glass itself, that is pretty transparent, so there's no tint to it whatsoever, and all the way around here you have a lot of chipping and weathering, because this is going to be in the airflow proper. And then if you look at the forward edge, it is actually brown, so this is basically sealant, so PRC. So you might want to colour that in a slightly different colour. As we move back to the side, we have the first camouflage. Notice this is actually feathered, so this is not a hard camouflage. The majority of these aircraft have soft camo, but some of the ones over there, which we'll show you in a minute, are occasionally hard camouflaged as well. So we've got a nice soft transition. It's not really marked, but you can see it. So there's the RAF sort of dark grey to the dark sea grey at the back. Moving along, we've got all sorts of nice examples of chipping here, and you can see this does have your sort of classic darker panel line look to it, and the kit has all of these modelled in, and these would benefit from a dark grey wash potentially. Here we've got the in-flight refuelling probe, which is stowed and can't be deployed in the kit, but you wouldn't see it out that often on the ground. And actually you can see the light grey seal here, which is actually a rubber seal, and this is just all the way around here in like a J shape, and this shows you what you would, this is something you'd maybe want to paint in if you're feeling really nuts. The emergency pull handle is featured as a decal and looks really good, to be honest. It is clear in real life, so you could do something funky by painting it yourself, but I think the decal is really good. This particular aircraft is a Germany jet, so it has a load of the German stencils, which are featured in the 2 squadron option of this kit. So you've got Cabin, Dach, Nord, Auslösung, which is, and other such fun, long strung together nouns that that are featured in the kit. This blank here is just for the little vents. You can barely see these in the model, and I wouldn't worry too much about them, but this is one of the aircraft blanks that you could potentially attach on if you felt like making it. Another place to hang a nice remove before flight tag. Moving up, you can see these. This jet has been a little bit in the weather since it's flown, so you can see there is a bit of wear on these particular stencils. But it gives you an idea that they aren't very, very bright. They are quite sort of. They do tone into the colour rather. And then we have our nice big roundel here. If you look up, you can see there is chipping damage along the edge of the cockpit as well. Although we'll see a little bit more of that when we go upstairs. This is the gun shroud, which is a lovely piece on the model, glued in separately. This is a shiny metal, so we're going to call that, it's titanium, I would say. And this has been actually covered in a sort of inhibiting paint, so it has this sort of hull red sheen to it. So you could potentially paint this in titanium and then weather it down as you wish, because I think this has probably worn off more over time than it would have seen in service, but there's a lot of the original colour left inside. Moving along, we actually have the intake blanks here. These are actually already pretty well worn, but they would have discoloured pretty nicely. I'm still holding the pitot cover. This would have discoloured pretty nicely in service as well. So you'd be looking at more the colour you probably see on the back is what you would have. They're not particularly clean. The kit gives you mould-in metal ones, which are one of the other ones that were used in service. This is the more soft, plushy type. But if you want to make these, you basically just need to set it up so that they stick slightly proud. And this is another brilliant place you can stick a remove before flight tag if you see fit. Rolling back, we have, after the gun shroud, we have these vents. Now, there are 2 options included in the kit. There is the pre-mod with 3 holes not existing, and then as the aircraft was in service, they discovered they needed more venting here. So you have the early 3-hole pre-mod, which is most likely going to be used with the pointy nose jets before they were adapted. And then the post-mod is what you see here with the 6 gun holes, and this is glued in separately. Moving along, we've got the air intake with the auxiliary air doors. These are modelled closed on the kit, but you can see there's been a repaint here. This is just hand brushed, and you can also see the weathering, the leading edge paint on the actual intake edge, which, as you can see, is actually very irregular and has been touched up many times. If you can get a dark line around these intake around here, that would look really good. They are fairly prominent when you look at them. Moving back, We have, of course, the squadron marking. This is 14 squadron, not one offered, but you can actually see that this has actually been hand brushed and isn't very bright or shiny. We didn't use vinyl stickers because they do tend to wear off rather. And then rolling along, we have the gun door itself. Again, nice dark lines. And we've got another camouflage change. Now what's curious here is you can see that actually this door is not original to this jet, or potentially this panel isn't. But as you look, you can see the dark green actually changes, and you have places where the camouflage doesn't match up. This would be pretty normal on in-service jets, especially as the GR1s got into, say, the 90s, when they were sort of towards the end of their time before they got modified. You would have seen a lot of changes in the camouflage, where you got mismatched panels. And if you angle up here, you've actually got another example where the leading edge tip of the wing has been changed, and you can see that's still in primer. Little features like that do add sort of colour and realism to these jets. Rolling along, we have this black panel here. Now, my expertise on Jaguar can't tell you exactly why this particular portion is black, but as you can see, because it has a sort of neoprene-ish cover, it weathers really badly, and you can see a lot of the watermarks as we move under the wing, where it's basically just sort of stained and paled off over time. Here, the ground access doors are closed, but we can certainly go and look at some that are not closed, and we can look at the wheelbase on a separate pass. Then we have the leg itself. The leg is a very nice dark grey, but you can see on the leading edge where you've worn back to chromate primer. Pretty much everything on this jet was chromate, and then it was painted over. So it's got this nice distinct yellow, and you can see that on the door as well. It is quite a deep yellow when you look at it. It's pretty sort of standard zinc chromate is what I've used to paint my model. There are some hide lines over the top which aren't featured in the kit, but would be very easy to add if you saw fit. And as we get onto the knuckle area, you can see there is a lot of dirt, so a lot of chalk and washes, whatever you prefer, would help make this area look realistic. It is extremely smutty, even if after the aircraft's been washed. The tyres here, these are part worn, so you can actually see that these have marks from landing, and they're scratched and they're scuffed. So you could actually replicate that on the kit. And again, we have a nice dark grey hub going along. Here we have air brakes. They are stowed. Stowing the air brakes is not an option on the kit, but you can actually do it if you so choose. The air brakes actually sits over the top of the engine bay door, which is not fitted in this example, and we'll look at a different jet to see what we can get from that. But as you can see, the air brake is stowed back here, and you can actually see there's a lot of oil and dirt that you get accumulating around here. This is where the hydraulic rig would be plugged into, so you do get a lot of smut and smearing in this area. Moving on to the wing. Now it is pretty dark under here, but you can see we don't have pylons fitted on this particular aircraft, but if you look, you can see the camouflage extends underneath, and a lot of these later aircraft didn't have the big serial numbers drawn on the underside. You can see there is, on this particular jet, there is a patch that has been cleaned back to be examined, probably for non-destructive testing, and has just been painted over in a light yellow primer. We have replacement panels on the leading edge slats, which are deployed like they are in the kit. And if you move back to the flap tracks, you can see that they are actually camouflaged much the same colour as the underside of the wing. So that side looks distinctly dark grey, and this is actually green, just like this portion of the wing here. So they aren't a distinctly different colour at all. And moving outboard, we have, of course, the roundel, which is just sat there nicely in between the panels. It is quite evenly spaced. And we have the holes for the pylons, which are the main bolts are forward, and then the support pins are to the rear, and that pretty much reflects where the holes are drilled in the kit. So we'll look at the engine bay door on a different aircraft because we have them removed here for training purposes. You can see the serial here, and I'm pretty sure, I can't remember how many inches tall these are, but these are This is a pretty typical font serial. We do have some aircraft in here where they've been later applied with vinyl, but this is actually original to flight as far as I can tell. You can see the very distinctive shaped 9s and 6s and 8s that kind of dates it rather well to show that it's actually period. Now, moving to the tailplane, we have the leading edge neoprene black. This has been weathered very much to a sort of grey and has cracked over time. But in service life, this would have been somewhat darker. But this stuff doesn't age well, to put it mildly. And if we transition up to the fin next, you can see the leading edge neoprene on the fin is actually in very good condition here. We've got a nice soft camo line. We have the aircraft lettering outlined in white. And we have that distinctive, weird-looking fin, which is cut out at the back for the rudder. And that is a radio aerial, not my field of expertise, but that is also a matte black. And then as you go higher, you can see the RHWRs, which are basically identification, friend or foe. They're pretty much, you see that on any warplane that served in the last 30, 40 years. They have this nice sort of sandy coloured front and rear portion. Those are actually composite panels. They're made out of fiberglass, and then they're not actually painted. That's just the colour they are. You can see the actual navigation light, even though it has a black leading edge and a clear rear edge. And then the fin caps, though they are black originally, they often shade to grey as well over time. And even in serving jets, you'll see that they've worn quite substantially. Moving along underneath the engine, we have the titanium heat shield just here. We don't have an arrestor hook fitted on this particular jet, you'll notice if you're feeling observant. But these are heat shield panels, and these are modelled with little recessed dimples. And then the raised rivets are actually the attachment fasteners. And you'll notice that there is a distinct colour difference between the inward-facing titanium panels nearer the engine and these here. These have got a distinct silvery sheen, whereas these are much more your dark exhaust. And though these will have been cleaned, but you can put a fair amount of dark smut onto these and that would look realistic. And then moving back, we've got another slightly different coloured panel towards the tail cone, just here with this nice transition. And this portion on the arrestor hook is actually grey, so it's aircraft coloured. And we have a arrestor hook safety pin fitted, and these would have been fitted on the ground at all times, so you can model the aircraft with this fitted if you like. It's another nice little genuine feature. So if we now move around to the engine exhausts themselves, we have got, you can see just in real life, without the aid of a light, just how very dark they are, so you don't really need to worry too much about the inside. It wouldn't be that visible in sort of natural light conditions. In there is the reheat manifold, and that is a sort of a mixture of sort of chalky white and grey. And then we have the tunnel, and then we have the actual reheat nozzle, which opens for reheat. This is modelled closed on the kit where it should be, and you can see there is an awful lot of dark dirt all over this nozzle. The actual shroud on the outside, which moves forward and backwards to open the nozzle, that is a sort of dark sort of steel colour. And you can actually see there is actually a distinct sort of flat edge where the nozzle is, and this is actually reflected in the kit.
We marked 85 years since Operation Dynamo. Cut off and surrounded in northern France, their only escape was through the coastal town of Dunkirk. On the 20th of May, Prime Minister Winston Churchill realised evacuation might be the only option, so preparations began quietly. A call went out to civilian boat owners to register their craft, unknowingly setting the stage for one of the most daring rescue missions in military history. On the 24th of May, Hitler ordered a temporary halt to the German advance. This allowed the Allies precious time to strengthen defensive positions and plan the evacuation. Vice Admiral Bertram Ramsay coordinated the evacuation from Dover Castle. The goal? To rescue 45,000 men in just 2 days. But what followed far exceeded all expectations. The first full day saw fierce German air attacks. The Luftwaffe bombed Dunkirk harbour, hampering rescue efforts. Still, nearly 8,000 men were evacuated. Next day, the Belgian army surrendered, threatening the Allies' flank. Low cloud and smoke provided cover for evacuation, allowing another nearly 18,000 men to escape. On May 29th, German air assaults intensified. The French army began joining the evacuation, and with the East Mole now being used as a boarding point, 47,000 troops were rescued. Bad weather grounded much of the Luftwaffe, and German panzers were pulled back. This allowed another 50,000 more troops to be evacuated. As 35,000 Allied troops were captured at Lille, Dunkirk had its most successful day. 68,000 men were rescued, thanks in part to the increased use of the beaches and mole. On the 1st of June, clear skies gave the Luftwaffe the advantage, sinking 4 destroyers and damaging 27 other vessels. Despite this, another 60,000 troops were saved. By the 2nd of June, the British evacuation was largely completed, with 26,000 men rescued, and attention now turned to the French forces. On the 3rd of June, a further 26,000 troops were evacuated, mostly French. And the final night of Operation Dynamo, as German troops entered Dunkirk, the last 26,000 soldiers were pulled to safety, and around 30 to 40,000 French troops were left behind and captured. The initial goal of the Dunkirk evacuation was to rescue 45,000 men within 2 days, but the operation far exceeded expectations, ultimately evacuating nearly 340,000 Allied soldiers over 9 days. Of those rescued, approximately 59% were British, 39% were French, and 2% were from other Allied nations. Evacuations took place both from the beaches, accounting for 98,000 men, and from Dunkirk harbour, where 240,000 were rescued. The evacuation fleet consisted of around 1,000 vessels, including approximately 700 civilian boats, now famously known as the Little Ships of Dunkirk. Despite the success, the operation came at a cost, with around 240 ships lost, including 9 Royal Navy destroyers. In the skies, the Royal Air Force lost 84 aircraft, while the German Luftwaffe lost 78. Yet the human spirit triumphed. From officers organising chaos on the beaches to civilians risking their lives across the Channel, the Dunkirk evacuation became a symbol of resilience, courage and unity.
And the Supermarine Spitfire Tr.9 made its way onto modelling benches. July took us to see the only surviving ME410 in the UK.
I stood in front of the Messerschmitt ME410. This sort of developed from the concept of the Schnell bomber that was around in the 1930s. The idea you could have a bomber aircraft that was so fast it didn't need to have a defensive armament. A few other things came from that idea, like the Dornier 17. Etc. But the ME410 had a bit of a long-winded process to get from that concept back in the 30s to where we are today, because this is not a Schnell bomber, this is actually a bomber destroyer, and it's marked out by quite a hefty armament. Firing forwards, we've got 2 7.92mm machine guns and 4 sets of 20mm cannon. But one thing that you can see from that legacy of its design is a bay here, which would originally have been a bomb bay in terms of the conceptual ideas of this aircraft. But they fitted it with extra cannon when they thought it would have been good as a bomber destroyer. It could also carry 4 Werfer Granate 21 rockets on its wings, so really did pick a powerful punch. It's got 2 sets of DD603 inline V12 engines, quite similar to the DB605s that were fairly ubiquitous amongst German aircraft. Was it successful as a type, as a bomber destroyer? Well, not really. The issue with having such an heavy aircraft like this with 2 engines, it doesn't have much manoeuvrability. So when the Allies started employing escort fighters in large numbers, these were starting to prove very vulnerable. And the Germans had a shift then towards using more single-engine fighters in the capacity of bomber destroyers. And there was probably a production element to that as well, because one of these is lost. You've got 2 engines being lost rather than one with a FW190. On the whole, not a terribly successful design, although it did have a few victories air-to-air, but long-term not enough to make a difference to the outcome of the war. It was actually fitted with a defensive armament, 2 13mm machine guns on these barbettes on each side. And interestingly, these were controlled remotely from a position to the rear of the cockpit with an aiming device that would correct for aim. So quite advanced for its day. We don't really see anything like that fitted to British bombers, but do see it in things like the American B-29. So in common with a lot of the Axis airframes that we got here at the RAF Museum, this one was captured on the ground at the end of the Second World War in Denmark. We don't know a lot about its individual history, sadly, but it came to the UK for evaluation work. It's one of only 2 surviving anywhere in the world, so we're very lucky to have it. But we almost didn't. August 1945, on a ferry flight back from the UK to on August 1945, on a ferry flight from Germany back to the UK, suffered an engine fire and had to crash land. But fortunately for us today, it wasn't so badly damaged that it couldn't be repaired, and it made that flight here. And yeah, been a great exhibit here at the museum for many years.
We got a close-up look at the Vickers Wellington on display at the RAF Museum Midlands.
We're stood next to a Vickers Wellington T10, one of only 2 Wellingtons remaining out of 11,460-ish that were manufactured during the war. What you see we've done here on display, we've obviously left the turret off. And the reason behind that is I was asked many times, how can we show off the beautiful geodetic structure? And the initial thought was cover in the Irish linen, cut a section out so people would see it, and I really didn't want that to happen. So when we sat down and thought about it, the obvious thing to do was to leave the turret off. So you get a great shot up through the tunnel, see all the geodetic structure. My volunteer team have lit that up as well, so as you approach it, it all lights up nicely. And what we've also done then is shown off the turret on this side here, just show how narrow it is for the airmen to get in. Actually, someone my size probably wouldn't stand a chance. One of the other things we've done as well, just so the public get to understand geodetic, we've had a piece manufactured or fabricated on the bench to look like geodetic structure. So they've got the touchy-feel, you can feel what it looks like, see the strength. And importantly as well, because it's a fabric-covered aeroplane, we've got some raw Irish linen in this side, and over here we've got some that's gone through the doping process. So, you know, a great visual and also hands-on for the public to look at. Okay, so here's a great example of the Irish linen covering. What you can see is, if you can see these lines here, what you've got to remember is you've got a metal frame, and obviously fabric going on a metal frame, you're going to get chafing. So what you've got here is baton, little wooden batons, not particularly thick, but just enough to give that clearance between the metal structure and the fabric. Of course, once the fabric has gone on, there's the magical process then of shrinking it down so it becomes taut. In the book, it's quite a lot of processes. It's about 11 applications, including UV, microwave protection, various dopes, and then you put your final scheme on top. And what also you can see when you look at it as well, there's a line down through here. There was a little bit of thought about how to put the Irish linen onto the aeroplane, and so if the linen was to rip, it can only go as far as there. So it's only the width of the linen. You can actually get a tear if the skin was to break. Okay, so we're at the back of the wing now. And just to say that the Wellington is not completely covered in Irish linen. There is some metal. So the inner wing section, so from here to here, that's your good old duralumin. Then from there outboard, the rest of it is a geodetic structure and Irish linen as well. So here we have one of the early engines from the early Wellingtons. This is the Bristol Pegasus, and as the airplane developed, they went on to a bigger, more powerful engine that we have fitted here, which is the Bristol Hercules. So this was initially on display at our London museum, and we had to road transport it up here. So it was disassemble outer wings off, engines off, as you'd expect. But the big headache was getting this sort of huge, big geodetic structure, the fuselage, onto a transportation. So the metalworker in the MBCC went down there, come back with this design and made this bespoke trolley, which was absolutely perfect for the job. Allowed us to wheel it around, but more importantly as well, it got the fuselage low enough so we could crack that 16 feet height once she was on a wagon to bring her up the British motorways. I've been very, very fortunate over the years working on the airplanes and with my role to meet a lot of the aircrew that people that made them in the war, or the aircrew that flew them in the war. And I remember one visit during an MBCC Open Week, a gent who was in his 90s, came with his family. There were 3-4 generations of the family. Come up, met me, and he said, "Oh, I was an air gunner on the Wellingtons. Used to be in the rear turrets of this one." Had the family, and then all of a sudden he just turned around, a real gem, and said to his family, "I've never told you before. 35 operations flying out of North Africa in Wellingtons. 5 times he bailed out. So that's 1 in 7 flights." And you could just imagine the family reaction. It was sort of frozen solid. It was that, you know, I've been very fortunate over the years to meet various people with these sort of stories, but I'd say, to me, that's one of the top stories I've ever heard about any aeroplane that I've worked on. Okay, so now we're obviously inside the fuselage, and what you can see on the side walls now between the metal geodetic structure and the fabric is the wooden batons that act as like an anti-chafe. The other equipment's in here, your flying controls, just a handhold wire, string wire rope for the crew to get up and down. We've done very, very little in here apart from just clean it up, really. When an aeroplane sits around in a hangar on public display, it gets dirty, very much like anything would get dirty and dusty. So we really gave it a good clean and did very, very little inside here. So, you know, it's original as really when it came to the museum. One of the interesting things as well is you'll just see the narrowness of the walkway down through the middle here. So certain areas where it's almost like walking on your loft. If you miss the wooden walkway, you'll put your foot through, just like you would in a loft. And again, the other thing to think about as well is picture yourself as being a rear gunner. Typically from where I'm sitting, probably about halfway down from the after the wing. There's a bulkhead there, and then the gunner, and that's it. The next closest person is the other side of that bulkhead. So the rear gunner is a long, long way away. But then put yourself in the picture that airplane's being attacked and the rear gunner's got to get out. He doesn't. The turret is that small, he can't wear the chute, so he physically has to get out and put his chute on and then get overboard. Maybe possible to sort of rotate the turret to create a little bit of an opening to go out of. Failing that, he's got to come in. This assault course, which has just gone dark. We could do with a member of the public to walk past. There we go, thank you, Paul. Walk past and get to the opening right below us here and go out there. So, you know, it's not just obviously if an airplane's going down or in an air battle and he's being told to get out, it's just not flying straight and level. So you've got to take all that in consideration. Harrowing, yeah. Brave, yeah, absolutely. Hats off to them, salute the whole lot of them that flew any of these machines in the war. Now we're in the main part of the cabin. With this being a T10, it's got the bench seat and the bench here, and that's because they were training aircrew. So not all variations of the Wellington were like this inside. But the one thing I want to show you and discuss is this. If you've ever been fortunate enough to go inside any of the big bombers, say, let's say the Lancaster, to get from the back of the wing to the front of the wing, effectively where we are now, it's an assault course, and normally very low headroom, and you have to be very agile. The nice thing about the Wellington design, it literally is this. So it's just like jumping over your garden gate, next to nothing to climb over. So again, the Wellington had the advantage of being an easy aeroplane to get from one side to the other. I did quite a few tours of the Wellington when it was in the Conservation Centre, and still doing it now with the Hampden that we've got in there. One thing I tend to say to people is, and show them on the Hampden, we've got 10 bullet holes on one side. But then I say to them, so if you were in a Hampden, which is a metal covered aeroplane, or the Wellington, which is a fabric one, which would you prefer to be in the war? If you had to be, obviously. I would say 99% of people will go the metal one. Then I take them around the other side and show them that there's only one exit hole. What does that mean? You've got 9 pinging around. But if you think about in a canvas aeroplane, bullet comes through there. As long as it doesn't hit any of the metal, it will go straight out the other side. So in my mind, the Wellington is a safer aeroplane if you're being shot at.
We also announced a brand new kit, the Supermarine Spitfire Mk.2 Flying Dray. July was wrapped up with the Royal International Air Tattoo. Last weekend was the Royal International Air Tattoo. We had great fun meeting you all and seeing some fantastic aircraft. In this month's episode of Flight Deck, we'll take a look at some of our favourites and share some chats we had with pilots and aircrew. The Mirage 2000 is a French single-seat, single-engine, delta-wing, multiple-role fighter capable of all-weather operations. The Mirage 2000 entered service with the HAF in 1988 when 40 aircraft were controversially purchased under the Talos contract. The Hellenic Mirage 2000s are predominantly used as interceptors and against enemy ships as they are compatible with the Exocet missile.
Hello, I'm Richard Rodriguez. I'm with the DFW wing of the Commemorative Air Force. We've been here in the UK since the 30th of April, touring around the UK and in France. So this is a DC-3 type. It's based on the C-47. The C-47 is a well-known aircraft. I believe here in the UK they call them Dakotas. They're also known as Skytrains. This particular aircraft was assigned to the United States Navy. The Navy used them in their Naval Air Transport Service, so they would have done similar things that the C-47s did in terms of transporting cargo and personnel. The Navy had other plans for this plane, though. They used it in their anti-submarine warfare campaign. They fitted the aircraft with state-of-the-art, what was then state-of-the-art, radar and directional radio equipment. Their job was to find and detect German U-boats by picking up radio signals from the U-boats. Once that was accomplished, they would triangulate to those positions, and as they got closer, if the U-boat submerged, they'd be able to track it with the radar equipment that they had. After that, they'd be able to deploy depth bombs to try to sink the U-boat. So this aircraft has been flying since 1944. The Navy had it, as I said, in 1944. It served for a brief time attached to the Naval Attaché in Berlin during the Berlin airlift. The Navy then used it as a test platform for a variety of radar and radio equipment, and they used it for training of that equipment with naval personnel. It served with the Navy until about 1972, at which time it was transferred to the U.S. Forest Service. The U.S. Forest Service used it as a smoke jumper airplane. So if there were wildfires in remote areas, woodland firefighters would be able to climb on board with paratroop gear and then be flown into remote areas to be able to fight fires after they parachuted in. In the early 80s, the Commemorative Air Force purchased the plane. They returned it to its original Navy form, and we've been touring with it since then.
Nicknamed the Mighty Finn, the Panavia Tornado was a joint project between the UK, Italy and Germany, originally known as the Multi-Role Combat Aircraft. Designed for low-level strikes, 990 aircraft were built for the partner nations and Saudi Arabia. It came in three main variants: the IDS Strike aircraft, the ECR anti-radar version, and the ADV Interceptor. Germany received 247 Tornadoes, later adding 112 from the Navy, although only 90 now remain in the fleet due to budget cuts. Despite this, the aircraft remains effective, having served in Kosovo and Afghanistan. Germany plans to retire the Tornado in favour of the F-35A and Typhoon ahead of the future 6th Gen fighter. The Boeing 757, originally developed as a 7N7 to replace the 727, is a twin-engine narrow-body airliner designed for short to medium long-haul routes. First flown in 1982, over 1,000 were built, with the aircraft later approved for intercontinental flights in 1986. The Royal New Zealand Air Force's 40 Squadron operates two 757s for global passenger and freight missions, including government transport. Delivered in 2003, they were upgraded in 2007, with a large cargo door and reinforced floors. As of late 2024, New Zealand has begun seeking a replacement. Whilst at RIAT, we announced a brand new kit, the Supermarine Spitfire Mk.2 Flying Dray, and in case you missed it, here's a close-up look.
There you go. So the Mk.2 Flying Dray, extra parts, beer barrels with P51 nose cones and the bomb racks. Also included in the product is a masking set, courtesy of Edward. Every product includes a pint glass, regardless of which retailer you buy it from. And if you pre-order it online with us, you also get a free pin badge. But don't worry, anyone here will also get a free pin badge now if you see my colleague here. So there you go, guys. Hopefully,
superb.
It's,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now let's get back to the airshow action, where we have the privilege of talking to Richie Piper, a Catalina co-pilot.
Hello, my name is Richie Piper, one of the Catalina pilots. This pickup, who's behind me, it's a PBY 5A. and it was commissioned by the United States Navy as a maritime patrol bomber. 3 bids were submitted and Consolidated got the contract. Built just over 3,300, and interestingly the first 1,800 or so didn't have wheels, they were pure flying boats. As is a maritime aircraft to look for surface shipping, submarines, etc., and downed airmen, it was mainly operating over water. But of course, to land on water, you need 2 things. You need the water itself, and it needs to be quite smooth. Obviously, if the waves are too big, they can't operate. So having the ability to land on land extended their capability. And it was an afterfit, stroke afterthought, so there are some flaws in the undercarriage. It takes about 18 seconds to cycle. And that's why we have a crew chief. So we have 2 pilots and a crew chief. And amongst the duties of the crew chief is to go and check every wheel is either locked down or locked up visually. And they also help with the emergencies in lowering the gear, lowering the floats or cranking them up by hand. So this airframe was built by Canadian Vickers in 1943. And being a Canadian version, they call it a Canzo, but it is still a Catalina. PBY, Patrol Bomber, and Y for Consolidated, Mark V, and the A means it's an amphibian. Built in 43, and it saw service with the Royal Canadian Air Force, particularly on the eastern seaboard as a sub-killer. And obviously the Catalinas helped change the characteristics of the Battle of the Atlantic. Originally, they was very much dropping depth charges, mines, bombs, or torpedoes. We have 2 hard points, 1 under each wing. A lot of them had 4, and you had 500-pound munitions. And so the U-boats used to dive down under the surface, and they were depth charged. As things developed, they put more anti-aircraft guns on the subs, and they would fight it out on the surface. This aircraft, there were 2 VC winners when the U-boats was, rather than diving, were fighting it up on the surface. And they were both injured by combat against U-boats on the surface. John Cruikshank, who's still alive, the oldest VC winner, 105, he was severely injured, but still insisted on commanding the flight. He had 72 injuries, including 10 serious leg wounds, presented with his VC, never flew again, but he likes to come on board, but he will never go into the cockpit. So read up his story, it is an incredible achievement, and the way he looked after his crew. So after that service with the Canadian Air Force, it became a water bomber, not just in Canada, but in South America and France. So when we fly to France, we quite often get free landings as a French historic aircraft. And then it did various different things. Then it was converted into a safari aircraft. So we got larger blisters, and where the rear gun tunnel was is now the air stairs. That never really got going, and then it sat around, and then 23 years ago we bought it to replace our previous aircraft, and we've been operating it ever since. As part of the conversion, they put in the nose gear doors, and that's perhaps the most vulnerable part of the aircraft on the water. A lot of Catalinas that were lost on the water were by a failure of those doors, because although that's enclosed, it's not watertight, so if those go, it's going to flood. So we try and land with the doors out of the water in a level attitude and land on the planing hull. You don't want to flare, put the tail down, because you'll porpoise onto the nose, and you don't want to stove the nose in, so a level attitude is important. That's why those 2 marks, you use which one aligns best for your head height, and you very accurately, perhaps up, sort of ½ centimetre up and down, it's that accurate it needs to be. You need to be very accurate in yaw, because it's unstable in yaw. And then you also, unlike a float plane, where you've got 2 floats to level you, we're flying on the hull, and we don't want to dip the floats in the water at high speed. The other thing to note is if you see where the engines and the props are, Prop tips are 17 inches from your head as a pilot. It's good that they're close, so the asymmetry is not a problem. We don't have a lot of control difficulties, but it is very noisy. And on takeoff, the pilots can't hear each other. We have to use hand signs until we're into climb power, and then we can talk. So that's worth noting. If you look down here, you can actually see the step for the planing hole, and that's the bit we want to land and taxi at high speed on. As you can see, it's a parasol wing. We have that pylon with the 4 struts, and you see the little windows. Well, that's where the flight engineer used to sit, and he had his own panel to control the fuel selectors, mixtures, generators, electrical services, and the pilots would actually either ask or they'd have switches, and rather than turning the service on, it would turn a light in front of the flight engineer and he'd turn his switch on. Well, we've deleted that, so all the controls are now in the cockpit for the pilots, but those windows, his only real view was actually the engines to see if they were leaking oil or on fire, etc. So yeah, it was not the best job in the world. If you look at the gear here, this is slightly better for integrity because it takes a lot of space in the hull, but at least they come up and out of the water and it's still waterproof. I talked about the crew chief checking the gears up and down. That's one of the windows he checks the uplock on. And on the emergency lowering, there's a little, see the little hatch below the window? He releases the hydraulic uplock, opens that hatch and pushes the wheel over the side. Then there's an action to lock it out. If you notice, no flaps. They would be washed off by the waves as we take off and land. And then at the end here, we have the floats. Now they reduce the stability in yaw because the sail is like another rudder, fixed rudder. Also shortens the wing by 4 foot, from 104 to 100 foot. There's a screw jack that runs in the wing to lift those up and lock them up and lower them down. It's driven by an electric motor, but if that fails, there are 2 holes that the crew chief puts a crank in, the fast hole and the slow hole, and they crank the fast hole as far as they can until it's too difficult. Then they go in the slow hole and finish it off. And it's usually the last bits going up that's the most difficult bit. And then we need a new crew chief because they're absolutely shattered. There are 11 bungs in all the wet part of the aircraft, which we will drain after flying on the water, but importantly make sure are back. And the interesting thing is that we have no water rudder. We do have the air rudder, which you get some control from. The engines being very close together though, we don't get a lot of asymmetric thrust, particularly if we're taxiing crosswind or downwind. It's quite hard to control on the water. So we have a party trick, and we can lower each one of the undercarriage legs separately. So if we want to go right, we'll lower that one. If we want to go left, we'll lower that one, so it gives us a bit more control. These, as I say, are the Safari blisters. The originals are a bit smaller, and they had sort of like an eyelid arrangement, so you could slide them open, swing out a 30 caliber machine gun, and there was a 20 caliber rear gun tunnel where the air stair was. Notice that big eye there. When you tow the aircraft on the water, it's very unstable going forward, so it's best to tow it backwards and have that drag of the step to keep the aeroplane under control. Originally in the aircraft, you used to get in and out of them via the blisters, both on land and water. but ours are so big and heavy we don't do that. So we have a bigger hatch on the side, and that's how we get in and out. And the other thing to note is when we come to the mooring on the water, we don't have any brakes, so we have to keep going. And the crew chief will go through a tunnel between the pilot's feet, come out of a hatch in the nose, slide down onto this running board, which often gets his feet wet, and he has to grab the mooring buoy rope tied onto that big sort of stanchion there, and only when he's confirmed he's tied it on do we stop the engines. So he's outside with the engines turning, so we need to manage that very carefully. And until this year we didn't have fuel gauges, so, and we still do it, but the ground crew will go up on top of the wing and dip the tanks, and we use that as a backup to the fuel gauges we've now got permission to fit. So yes, crew of 3, 2 pilots and the crew chief worked quite hard. We've just got the fun of flying it. It's a very slow aircraft, cruises about 120 knots, but the tankage, standard tankage, will allow you to fly an 18-hour mission. Now, if you imagine that in the winter in the Atlantic, there's no sound or heat insulation in the aircraft. It's really cold. And you've already heard how noisy it is as well. And this type still has the record for the longest commercial flight. Not by distance, because it's slow, but by time. So when the Japanese invaded Singapore, it effectively cut Australia off. So they stripped some Catalinas down, put extra fuel tankage, and Qantas operated what they called the double sunrise flights from Perth to Pakistan, or what is now Pakistan, Karachi. They would fly overnight over the Japanese territory, but they'd see 2 sunrises because the flights were between 28 and 33 hours. So that's hence double sunrise flights, and I believe they still have that record. Collectively, obviously, the history of the aircraft and the type, it's preserving that and showing it to the public. For me and quite a few of the pilots, radial engines, that you have to handle them slightly differently. They have their own character. But the aircraft itself is very, very heavy. It's all manual controls. And it's, I think aircraft that are a challenge to fly are more enjoyable. We both operated on land and on the water still, generally only fresh water. And you have to be about 4 times more accurate landing on water than you do on land. And I don't know if you can see on the nose up there, there's an antenna, VHF antenna. There's 2 black bits of tape on there, and you have to keep those virtually stationary on the horizon when you're landing on the water. It's that accurate.
First flown in 1977, the Sikorsky S-76 is a medium-sized utility helicopter based on technology from the S-70 Black Hawk. Built with a mix of composite and metal, it was designed for rugged civilian use with potential military applications. Spain's Air and Space Force has operated the upgraded S-76C since 1991. The Airbus helicopter's AS365 Dolphin, a medium twin-engine helicopter known for its enclosed fenestron tail rotor, ideal for confined operations. First flown in 1975 and developed from the original single-engine Dolphin, it was initially marketed as the Dolphin 2. The type has set several speed records, including for travel between Paris and London, and is widely used by militaries and government agencies worldwide. The E3 Sentry, commonly known as AWACS, the Airborne Warning and Control System, is based on the Boeing 707-320B and was developed in the 1970s to replace the EC-121. Featuring a distinctive rotating radome, its radar can track targets from sea level to the stratosphere. Between 1977 and 1992, 68 were built for the US Air Force, NATO, France, Saudi Arabia and the RAF. In August, we visited the Boscombe Down Aviation Collection, taking a closer look at their Sea Harrier.
GR version, the RAF version of the Harrier, and indeed the Sea Harrier, needed to be equipped with stores that had not been previously carried, and we needed to clear the GR3, the RAF version of the Harrier, for the ski jump. So I did some of that early work and found it to be despite my trepidation, the easiest way of taking a Harrier off, because you could get airborne into clear air, pointing in the right direction with no ground effect to worry you in terms of handling. So very interesting aeroplane to fly. The early versions of the Harrier were a little bit tricky in the semi-jet-borne flight part of the envelope, and these days the more modern versions of vertical takeoff and short takeoff aircraft have stability augmentation systems and more power in the reaction controls to make it easier. So in those days it was a satisfying challenge, shall we put it that way. Well, as you probably know from your history, the Sea Harrier equipped with a Sidewinder was responsible for defending the fleet and intercepting some of the bombing aircraft that came from the Argentinian mainland, and they successfully intercepted quite a number and turned the tables, in a way, of the balance of power in that area. So a very effective aeroplane. Well, here we are close to the side of this Sea Harrier, and might be worth pointing out the four silhouettes of the four Argentinian aircraft that this aeroplane actually shot down with its Sidewinders here. I'll walk you around the aeroplane if you're interested. Here is the Sidewinder. Here's the seeker head. Here are the vanes that control the aeroplane. You would fly the aeroplane to a point where you had the missile lock on to your target, and when there was a satisfactory firing solution, you would release the weapon. And it was a pretty effective weapon, and it would follow a maneuvering aircraft very accurately to the point of destruction. So that proved very effective. The nozzles of the airplane, those who are not familiar with it, here and here, this set of nozzles, one on either side, would be the cold air coming, or the relatively cool air coming from the front end of the engine, the compressor, and the rear nozzles would be the hot end coming from the turbine end of the engine. You've probably seen them all before, but from the cockpit you had a hand control which could move the nozzles and therefore the thrust from the straight fore and aft axis to the vertical axis, and indeed could go slightly forward of the vertical. So the aircraft could sit on its own jet efflux and hover, and it could take off and land vertically. As it transitioned forward to forward wing-borne flight, the pilot would progressively move these nozzles to the fully aft position over a period of maybe 10 seconds or so, and the aircraft would then be flying straight ahead. Up to about 550 knots airspeed, which was quite a capable aeroplane really, from 0 airspeed to 550 knots or thereabouts, and carrying quite a load. Here the configuration has 100-gallon fuel tanks, but clearly weapons could be carried too on these wings.
Whilst we were at the collection, we also took a look at the Tornado.
We have the pleasure of showing people some of our aeroplanes here. We've got a whole range of what you would probably call Cold War fast jets in the majority, starting from the Tornado here behind me to the Hawk behind you, the Sea Harrier, the Jaguar, Hunter. We've got a Lightning P1 B prototype, and so on. So we've got a rich assortment of aeroplanes in these First World War hangars. I was lucky enough to do the first official preview of the Tornado, MRCA, as it was then called, in 1975. When I was out in Munich, out in Manching, the German Flight Test Center, and we carried out the first official look at the aeroplane about a year after it first flew. It was the first prototype. It still hadn't been completed in terms of the flight control system. It had a lower thrust engine, but it was essentially the aeroplane that's behind me now. It lasted 40 years in service, and I went back to Boscombe Down as a wing commander when I commanded the Fast Jet Test Squadron, and was able to fly the Tornado then in its production form, and we did quite a lot of work on high speed, weapon dropping, terrain following, radar work, and so on, and flight refueling. So I have quite a background on the aeroplane, and in a way I sort of feel quite proprietorial about it. There were a few modifications. I've mentioned the engines being uprated. There were a few little problems with the aeroplane when we first started, which were put right. So when I saw it again as a production aeroplane, all of those early little glitches really were ironed out. It was a very pleasant aeroplane to fly, very capable, and still very capable even today, and still being flown by at least 2 foreign air forces. I was the project pilot, the Boscombe Down project pilot from 1971 onwards actually. I was involved in the cockpit design with my German and Italian colleagues. We spent quite a lot of time designing the cockpit. It was probably one of the early occasions when human factors were really definitely part of the process. So a lot to do with ergonomics, with workload between the two cockpits and so on. So I got involved very early on in 1971 and followed it right the way through to that first preview on the first prototype in 1975. October 1975 it was. And we had to hang around quite a long time in the Danube mist, waiting for the weather to improve and the aeroplane to become serviceable, but quite a memorable exercise. Yeah. So here's the cockpit of the Tornado, a very well laid out cockpit, I might say, having been involved in the design of it. On the left-hand side, you see the 2 throttles and the wing sweep lever. The pilot's hand controller there, which was used to designate targets and turning points. Under this red box here is the head-up display. The circular black disc there is the repeater projected map display. You've got engine instruments on the right and flight instruments on the left. On the right-hand console, it's mainly fuel control and environmental control. Most of the time, the pilot would be looking through the head-up display because all of the data he needed for flying the aircraft, airspeed, altitude, attitude, angle of attack and so on, would be presented in alphanumeric writing on the head-up display. It's quite common to see those displays now. But in those days, it was relatively new, and this enabled the pilot to keep his eyes out of the cockpit, where the threat would be or where his navigation interest would be. The rear cockpit had a combined radar and projected map display, as well as multifunction displays. But notice how the multifunction displays are big boxes now, rather than the flat screens that we're used to. This is probably the last aircraft that had the electromechanical instruments in the cockpit. These days it would be flat screen multifunction displays, but in these days these instruments, were used. 2 ejection seats, one for the pilot, one for the navigator, of course. Mark 10 Martin Baker 00 seats, which meant that you could eject on the ground, 0 speed and 0 height.
To finish August, we explored the fascinating history of the Lady Be Good Liberator. The Lady Be Good was a consolidated B-24 Liberator, one of the most important long-range bombers used by the United States during World War II. These 4-engine planes were designed to fly long missions and carry heavy bomb loads. This particular aircraft was brand new in 1943. A crew of 9 young American airmen had never flown a combat mission together. On the 4th of April 1943, the Lady Be Good took off in the late afternoon as part of a bombing mission over Naples, Italy. Weather conditions were rough, and sandstorms forced many planes to turn back. Only a few aircraft made it to the target, and Lady Be Good was one of them. After dropping their bombs, the plane turned around and headed back across the Mediterranean Sea towards their base in Libya, but something went wrong. During the return flight, the radio compass stopped working. This piece of equipment helps pilots find their base, even in poor visibility. Without it, the crew became disorientated. They thought they were flying over the sea, but they were actually flying over the Sahara Desert. In the middle of the night, they called in over radio, asking for directions. No one could help them in time. Eventually, they ran out of fuel, and the pilot gave the order to bail out. All 9 crew members parachuted into the darkness, not realising they were more than 400 miles inland. The empty plane kept flying on its own for about 16 more miles before crash landing in the desert, untouched by human hands for over a decade. When the Lady Be Good failed to return to base, the military assumed it had crashed into the sea. Search and rescue teams looked over the ocean but found nothing. With no wreckage, no radio contact and no signs of life, the aircraft was declared missing and eventually forgotten. The families of the crew never got answers, and for 15 years Lady Be Good was just one of the many planes that vanished during the chaos of war. In 1958, workers from a British oil company were surveying deep in the Libyan desert when they spotted something unusual: the broken remains of an American bomber. They reported the find, and a military team confirmed it the following year. It was the long-lost Lady Be Good. To everyone's shock, the plane was in remarkable condition. There were working radios, readable logbooks, and even flasks of drinkable water. Later searches uncovered the parachutes and personal belongings of the airmen, but still no bodies. In 1960, a group of British surveyors found 5 sets of human remains, lying together about 80 miles from the crash site. Evidence showed that 8 of the 9 crew members had survived the jump. One man likely died when his parachute failed to open. The rest grouped up and started walking north, thinking they could reach help. But they were heading the wrong way. If they'd gone south, they would have reached an oasis about 100 miles away. Instead, they walked into deeper desert with almost no water, no food, and scorching daytime heat. They slowly collapsed, one by one. The last crew member may have walked over 100 miles before he died alone. More remains were found in 1961, finally giving closure to the story. Parts of the plane were recovered and brought back to the US, and some are displayed in museums today. The story has been told in documentaries, books, and model kits, including by Airfix, who released a model of the Lady Be Good to help preserve her legacy. The mystery of the Lady Be Good reminds us that war doesn't only bring danger in battle, it also brings risks in the unknown. Today, the story of Lady Be Good continues to fascinate people all over the world. It's a tale of bravery, tragedy, and the power of the desert to hide secrets for years. We also visited the Helicopter Museum to see their Huey on display.
Yes, my name's Andy Trewin. I'm a volunteer at the Helicopter Museum in Weston-super-Mare. I've been volunteering here for about 10 years now. I'm one of the archivists. We collect various things associated with helicopters, and that allows us to catalogue them and record them for future use, either for restoration, parts of restoration use, or to assist with perhaps a part of an aircraft that's been broken accidentally by a member of the public, so we can then come along and replace it. We are stood in front of the Huey today. This is a Vietnam era helicopter, which was used quite extensively during the Vietnam War, and it's got armour-plated sides for the crew, and there's another armour-plated section that would go in here. As a wing, it slides in this one here and slides in here. But they've been taken out really just to allow access for members of the public to be able to sit in and feel what it's like to actually sit in an aircraft of this type. The display we've got here is to commemorate and to show parts of a battlefield dress for perhaps medical equipment, because this could be used as a medevac aircraft. And it goes into detail some of the weaponry, some of the smoke grenades that were used, and some of the details of the videos that are being shown are actual videos from the time that were showing the deployment of troops into the field. We then go on to some of the battle honours and some of the patches that were given to the crews, and clearly war's not a very nice thing, but these guys had to go and do it, and they made the best of it they could. Okay, it crashed once upon a time, and it was recovered and repaired. I don't know what year that was in. You can see there's a sand filter up the top there with all the little holes in it. So we have, it's a two-bladed propeller, a two-bladed rotor blade rather, and that's interconnected with the cyclic and collective, so that it's controlled, and then the rear rotor blade is controlled by the pedals, so that will give the pitch onto the rotor blades back there. It was quite often the case that passengers in the back of the aircraft, because it wasn't armoured, would actually sit on top of their helmets to provide some protection during combat. The cyclics are linked together, as you can see. If I move one, we get the other one moving, as does the collective. They both come up together, and then the speed of the engine is done by this here. And obviously there are belly tanks for the fuel, and they are in bladders stowed within the floor spaces.
We kicked off our brand new series Beyond the Basics with a Heinkel He.111 build. All necessary parts for the forward fuselage and cockpit assembly are identified and cleaned up. The build begins with preparation of the internal cockpit components. Assembly begins with the left fuselage half, starting with the internal framework and instrument panel. These are secured using extra thin cement, allowing the adhesive to flow neatly into the gaps. Two bulkheads are then installed in the fuselage, located by precise alignment points. Once these are in place, the bomb bay floor is positioned into its slot, followed by the final bulkhead at the rear. The pilot seat is added to the front cockpit section, locating cleanly onto two pins. With construction of the internal framework complete, painting begins. The dark grey is airbrushed in a controlled manner, allowing some black primer to show through the framework for added depth. Though much of this interior will be hidden in the final build, subtle shading techniques still enhance realism. Most interior elements are painted in a uniform dark grey, While there are a few detail areas requiring colour variation in decals, the dominant tone is consistent throughout the interior sections. A dry brushing technique follows using light grey acrylic. This picks out raised edges and surface detail on the interior walls and components. It's a small touch, but it brings life to what could otherwise be a flat surface. With the interior painted, the fuselage halves are brought together. At this point they are dry fitted, only to assess alignment. The fit is excellent, with no warping or twisting, and once satisfied, extra thin cement is run along the seams for a clean, strong bond. Once set, the seam lines are sanded using 180 grit paper, gently blending them into the fuselage. Pin marks from alignment pegs are also removed. Where surface detail is lost, it will later be rescribed. Seam polishing continues using progressively finer grits until the plastic regains its smooth finish. Seam removal is especially important at 1/72nd scale, where imperfections stand out more visibly. Attention now returns to the forward cockpit and floor. Control foot pedals, side consoles and the seat assembly are carefully constructed. Rather than painting components individually beforehand, the assembly is installed directly into the fuselage and painted in place. This approach provides stronger bonds and better alignment. Small touch-ups with black paint are used to define controls and handles. The undercarriage bay sub-assembly is constructed next. 4 parts form a box-like structure, painted in grey-green. These are aligned carefully to match the wing contours and glued securely. Once the bays are in, the wing assembly begins. The upper wing halves are aligned and glued to the fuselage first, followed by the lower wing panels. Fit is generally excellent, though minor sanding is required at the wing roots to remove small steps. Ailerons and flaps are installed at this stage, followed by the tailplane. The rudder and elevators are deflected slightly to give a realistic ground stance. The engine is assembled and glued to the wings. Gaps at the join lines are filled with glue, which doubles as both filler and adhesive. Once secured, seams are sanded back flush and polished. Radiator intakes and covers are installed underneath. These components fit tightly and are carefully blended into the surrounding surfaces. Exhaust mounts are added at this point, but the stacks themselves are left off to be fitted after painting. Primer is applied across the fuselage to inspect seam quality. Minor flaws are corrected before proceeding, and the overall result is a smooth, clean airframe ready for masking and painting. The glazing on the HE-111 is extensive. The aircraft is essentially a flying greenhouse, with a full glass nose, ventral gondola and dorsal turret. Each piece is test fitted carefully. Clear parts are glued progressively, starting with the front canopy, followed by the navigator's glazing, nose blister and under fuselage gondola. UV resin is used to fill tiny gaps and blend edges seamlessly into the fuselage. Scratches from sanding are polished out using multi-stage polishing compounds. Interior frames and instrumentation are added before the forward glazing is sealed. Some masking is left off intentionally to allow airflow and prevent dust build-up inside the cockpit. With all glasswork installed and masks, attention shifts to pre-shading and camouflage. A base layer of black is applied, followed by white or grey primer, sprayed lightly into panel centres to create tonal variation beneath the final colours. The upper camouflage consists of 2 tones of dark green, separated by soft edges. This requires multiple rounds of masking to preserve the underpainting beneath each colour layer. The lower surfaces are painted in a pale blue. Airbrushing is done at low pressure, allowing each colour to build up gradually. The result is a subtle modulation effect that mimics light play across the aircraft's skin. After drying, a gloss coat is applied to protect the paint and prepare for decals. Factory stencils and unit insignia are applied next. Due to the scale and dark surface, some very small decals are skipped as though it had been invisible once sealed. Once all decals are set, a satin clear coat is used to blend them into the paintwork, followed by a final matte finish. The result is a realistic surface that maintains contrast while avoiding an overly glossy sheen. With the masks removed, the canopies reveal clean, sharp frames and crystal clear glazing. The risk of sanding and polishing the clear parts paid off, integrating them beautifully into the airframe. Undercarriage parts are now painted and installed. The struts are fragile, so superglue is used to ensure a secure bond. Once assembled, they are strong enough to support the model, even with its twin torpedo loadout. Gear doors are fitted and flat spots are added to the tyres to simulate weight. Tail wheel and its white wall decals are added next. Torpedoes are painted and installed under the fuselage. The mounting brackets were added earlier. Exhausts are fitted and weathered with pigments and airbrush effects to simulate engine staining. Propellers, painted dark green with white spinners, are assembled and attached. Subtle chipping and metallic dry brushing add a worn look to the blades. The final components, dorsal turret, pitot tubes, aerials and hatches, are painted and fitted. Glue and glaze is used on clear parts to prevent fogging. With everything complete, the Heinkel He torpedo bomber is finished. The model has a commanding presence despite its 70-second scale. The twin torpedoes, detailed cockpit and glasswork give it a very dynamic appearance. This kit isn't for beginners. The glazing alone requires patience and careful fitting, however the results are rewarding. The build demonstrates the importance of clean construction, careful masking and subtle paint modulation. Thanks for watching, and if you've enjoyed this video, please give it a like, subscribe and let us know in the comments what kits or techniques you'd like to see next. We'll see you next time.
In September, we were lucky enough to look inside Concorde.
Welcome on board the flight deck of the last Concorde. So this is Concorde number 216, GBOAF, Golf Bravo Oscar Alpha Foxtrot, or as I love to call her, Foxy. So this was the last complete aircraft ever built here at Filton, and also for the purpose of your video today, the last Concorde ever built, but more importantly the last Concorde to ever fly, when she arrived here way back on the 26th of November 2003, carrying British Airways staff on the final ever Concorde flight. Years of life left in her upon retirement. This particular Concorde has only done around 18,250 flying hours, so that's about roughly the same as a 3 to 4 year old Boeing. So from technical standpoint, back in 2003, years of life left in her, but obviously due to situations and politics, she's now a museum piece. So here we are on the flight deck of this magnificent machine. Most people when they come in here are a little bit agog at the sheer volume of the number of switches and gauges on here, but Concorde is actually a complete fly-by-wire aircraft. So fly-by-wire years before Airbus ever came up with a concept. There is obviously an electrical mechanical backup, but majority is all electronic and fly-by-wire. So what we're going to do, I'm going to break this down into sections for you. We're going to start here with the forward console and go through this section first. So Concorde has what's called an inertial navigation system on here. There's 3 systems on the aircraft, one here which the flight engineer would monitor, captain and co-pilot. Now when Concorde was parked at the gate, they would start plotting the route for that day, whether it was a scheduled flight to New York or Barbados, or maybe a special charter flight to anywhere around the world. They would all put in the coordinates and the references for the flight. the system would then pull up from memory the actual waypoints and pre-fill the data for the flight. And then what the 3 crew members would do is they would cross-reference each system to make sure that it corresponded and was accurate. But here it's just standard radio selectors here for the aircraft. Coming up to be here, we've got the main throttles. Now Concorde's got 4 Rolls-Royce Olympus 593 engines, or Bristol Siddeley engines actually, before Rolls-Royce took over. And these engines are very, very special because they're the only commercial pure turbojet engines that had reheat or afterburner. Now the reheats were selected by utilizing these 4 piano keys here, and they would be put on all together for takeoff. And when Concorde was at full takeoff weight of around 182 tons, the engines with the reheat supplied would accelerate the aircraft to 250 miles an hour from a standing start in around about 40 seconds. Or when it was on a special charter flight around the Bay of Biscay, the acceleration was faster than a Formula 1 racing car. Reheats were then turned off after the initial climb out of Heathrow after about roughly around 90 seconds, and then they were kept off until around about 25 miles off the coast of Swansea, and then they would be deployed back in pairs to accelerate the aircraft through the sound barrier. They would be left on until about Mach 1.7 and then turned off, and then Concorde could do what no other aircraft could do, continue to climb, continue to accelerate all the way up to twice the speed of sound without the use of reheats or afterburners. So the throttles, obviously you've got a reverse thrust selector as well when Concorde comes into land. Concorde doesn't have any flaps or slats to slow it down on landing, so the reverse thrust coupled with the carbon fibre brakes were used. Moving on, you've obviously got the trim selector here. This here actually has got a very funny, comical French bell sound to it. So when the aircraft is actually being pitched, it sounds like a French bicycle, maybe something the French put in. Moving to the centre part of the flight deck here, these are all for the 4 engines. So they illustrate things like the oil pressure, the amount of fuel, the power, etc. Upon takeoff, if you've got 4 greens there, you know you're good to go. If one of those flashes amber, well, you know you've got to slow down and have a look, see what's going on. Just above here, you've got the brake temperature on the aircraft, and if there is any problem with the brakes, this will flash red to say the brakes have failed. And then just coming to the right, you've got the landing gear selector. Now we need to illustrate at this point one of the most famous instruments on the aircraft. This looks like a little automatic gearbox setup, but that actually controls the nose and visor on the aircraft. So the first selection is to have the visor come down into the nose structure. The second then is to lower the nose to 5 degrees, which is the position of the nose for takeoff and subsonic cruise. And then the final selection is all the way down to the bottom, which will lower the nose to 12.5 degrees. And that position is what's used for landing into any airfield. Moving up to the top is the flight director setup. So on either side you've got the radio settings and the navigation systems. The main section here is your autopilot and everything connected with that. And then you've got the auto throttles, which I mentioned to you are still dialed in from the last flight to the settings and the throttles. And then these little 3 buttons here are quite special to Concorde. You've got what's called Mach hold, which obviously is to a bit like cruise control when it's traveling at twice the speed of sound. And you've got another system up here called max climb, max cruise. Once Concorde is basically burning fuel and has gone through the resistance of the sound barrier, as the aircraft becomes lighter, she continues to climb and accelerate. And they put that system on, and as I mentioned, it's a little like cruise control on your car. It keeps the aircraft continuously flying at twice the speed of sound. Moving over to this section here, the instruments are duplicated obviously for the co-pilot as well. You've got obviously your artificial horizon, airspeed, compass, and then this symbol here, this is the only electronic instrument on the flight deck. This is what's called TCAS, and this was fitted to all aircraft. It was a FAA regulation in America for all arriving traffic into the United States, and that was fitted to the aircraft in the mid-90s. On the side stick here, this controls the nose wheel for steering. You've got a weather radar. Obviously the yoke is what's called a ram horn yoke, so completely different to lots of aircraft. You've got the buttons here to disengage the autopilot, so if you want to fly the aircraft manually. Coming up to the overhead panel, this here is the master warning system, so anything that needs attention will flash red. If they all flash red, you know you've got a major problem. And then just coming back, you've got the fire controls for each of the 4 Rolls-Royce Olympus engines. These are the selection switches for the hydraulics. And then just auxiliary switches here which control the navigation lights, the anti-collision light on the rear of the aircraft, cabin lights, etc, etc. But this one here is to lock the flight deck. After 9/11, all aircraft have to have a secure cockpit door. Concorde was no exception, and they actually test fitted the security door for the flight deck on a Concorde that used to be stored over on the airfield here, which is the same Concorde that's now on display in Brooklands. So that's the main part of the captain and the co-pilot section. So we're going to move now over to the flight engineers panel, which usually most people gasp at when they just see the sheer volume of switches here. It's actually broken down into sections. I'm not saying it's simple for one moment, but it is broken down. So the main part here controls the fuel on the aircraft. There's 13 fuel tanks on Concorde, but 2 of them are trim tanks located in the front and the rear of the aircraft. What the flight engineer would do, he would be presented with the load sheet, as would the captain, for that particular flight. They would put the information into the computer, and that would then generate what the centre of gravity should be throughout the duration of the flight envelope, from taxiing to landing basically. Flight engineer would then pump fuel from one end of the aircraft to the other to make sure the centre of gravity was level for the duration of the flight. The tanks obviously in the wings as well are continuously pumped through as well. Hydraulics, 3 hydraulic systems on the aircraft. They're all contained in the top right hand corner, as are the batteries. You've also got the emergency generators as well, which are fed from the batteries down here. Coming over to here, this controls all the air conditioning on the system, and obviously for the cabin as well. One thing I should point out on the aircraft, the fuel is continuously pumped around the aircraft to keep the skin of the aircraft quite cool. So there's some dual uses on the fuel on the aircraft. Now this part here is very, very important. If there's one thing that made Concorde so successful, where the American and obviously the Russian versions weren't, it was this computer. Now this computer was designed by a British firm way back in the 60s, and it basically controls the intakes to the engines, which we'll talk about now when we go downstairs. At the front of our Rolls-Royce Olympus engines, there's an 11-foot intake which has a series of ramps. Those ramps are computer controlled, and what they do is they slow the air down from 1,350 miles an hour down to around about 350-400 miles an hour in at 11 feet. And it enabled the aircraft to cruise supersonically for up to 3 hours at a time. We will go more into that at the time, but this computer was cutting edge, and it's still cutting edge in 2025. Okay, engine start down here, so you've got the bleed pumps and the start valves, etc. to start the engines. The brakes and obviously the temperature for the brakes are all controlled up here as well. And the flight engineer also has the switches here to apply the brake fans after takeoff and landing, and also the lighting as well. Okay, so this is the forward galley. So you've got the ovens here and the catering, crew seat, and also crew seat here as well. Now these here are one of the things that used to break down on the aircraft more times than anything. The coffee makers, notorious for breaking down. Very restricted space, as you can see. There's a little sink here, and obviously hot water and cold water as well. there is a table that comes out here so the meals could be prepared during flight. So no, we can't do it now. And then obviously, as I mentioned to you, you've got the ovens here as well. Okay, as we move forward, when Concorde was in service, this area here always had a fresh floral arrangement, and there was also an LED or a backlight which would illuminate this area. These are just cupboards, you know, for various parts for the flight. Forward bathroom is in here. Coming in by here, just lockers for people who had overcoats or things of that nature that were brought onto the aircraft before they boarded, because obviously space was at a premium. As we come into the forward cabin, the first thing you're probably going to see are the cabin displays. So this was basically your entertainment aside from the fabulous catering on board the aircraft. So these would basically be illuminated from pushback, where it would say welcome to Concorde, etc. But everybody was waiting for the magic sign when it went through Mach 1 all the way up to Mach 2.02. And if you were on a typical New York crossing, you would get up to an altitude of between 56 to 58,000 feet. On a crossing to Barbados, because of the difference in the air temperature, you would have got up to 60,000 feet, which was Concorde's maximum ceiling, if you like, in commercial service. They did get a couple higher during the testing period. So row 1, everybody seems to think that this is Millionaire's Row, but that's not strictly true. Concorde is all one class, Concorde class, all the way through its 40 seats in the forward cabin to its 60 seats in the rear cabin, all with the same 38 inches of legroom. So that's the same dimensions of space, if you like, legroom wise, as a premium economy or World Traveller Plus for British Airways today. So mentioned to you a little earlier, these beautiful seats, these were fitted to the British Airways fleet, or 5 of the 7 British Airways fleet I should say, in 2001 for the relaunch, with our aircraft being the very first. They were designed by a design company in London called Factory Design Limited, and they cost £14,000 a pair way back in 2001. The structure is all carbon fibre, and because they were around about 20% lighter than the seats they replaced, it offset the safety modifications from the Paris crash which had to be fitted. As a result of this interior, it saved British Airways around about £1 million a year in fuel costs, which would have paid for the upgrade. The seats are actually very, very beautiful. They're all trimmed in this blue Connolly leather, so the same as you'd have in a Rolls Royce. And they are all one structure. The armrest is particularly impressive because this is something the designers were very, very proud of. The armrest sits obviously nice and neat when it's not required, but when it comes down in flight, if you look, it's got a lovely twist in motion. So it comes out, and as it goes up, you'll see it twist in before it goes back into the armrest. So on a typical flight, you had the best of the best that was available at the time. Menus which were designed by chefs such as Michel Roux Jr., Anton Mosman, etc. Concorde had its own wine cellar at London Heathrow, where you would have wines which you could not get anywhere else in the world because it was such an exclusive club membership, if you like. Lots of frequent flyers who used the aircraft. Some of the very famous ones who flew it very regular were David Frost, the journalist, of course, celebrities, sports personalities, politicians. You know, it was used primarily as a business tool, but it was also used to carry lots of medical supplies back and forth to New York as well because of the very quick time. So it's something that, of course, back in 2003, if you wished, you could cross the Atlantic in 3 hours 20 minutes, do a day trip to New York and come back on the evening Concorde and be back in Heathrow at 10:30 at night. Obviously now, 22 years later, that's no longer possible. So as I mentioned, the cabin is all one class. As we go through, you'll notice the windows on Concorde are very, very small. There's a good reason for that. It was obviously for the structural integrity of the airframe should a window crack at 60,000 feet, and it would give the crew enough time to descend the aircraft to a safe altitude before full cabin depressurization would take place.
We will reach an altitude of approximately 58,000 feet. Display screens giving flight information.
One thing I should point out as well, on the armrest here, which we have covered, but I'll take one off to show you, you'll see the British Airways Speedbird motif. And that was from the guys in factory design. One of the directors of factory design, Adam White, he had a friend who done moulds for Formula 1 race cars, and after a visit to BA's headquarters he noticed the Speedbird logo, and he said, wouldn't that be wonderful if you could fit that to the armrest? And it's three-dimensional cast aluminium design built into the armrest of the British Airways logo, and every seat has got it.
While passengers browsed the duty-free magazine. While the final cuts were cleared, passengers were given a complimentary gift to remind them of their flight. This could be Concorde stationery, luggage tags, or
Branding, of course, is very subtle on the aircraft. If you look on the seat belts, you'll see again the British Airways logo, and it's also etched into the headrest as well. The briefing from British Airways was, when factory design were given the contract to redesign the interior, they wanted everyone to know this was a British Airways Concorde without it saying British Airways everywhere. So you had very subtle designs built into the various areas of the cabin to basically let people know what you were flying. So as I said, it's only the seats and the carpet that were fitted because of the premature retirement. So the second part would have seen brand new blue leather bulkheads and new cabin displays fitted to the aircraft, along with new bathrooms and also brand new galleys as well, which would have been glass, uplit and stainless steel. The bathrooms themselves were actually quite a thing of beauty considering the space restraints. They were all uplit with subtle lighting, and again lots of glass and nice aqua colours to give that illusion that you were in a 5-star hotel bathroom within a very confined space. The tap, for example, that was used for the sink would cost over £1,000, and again you're going back now to the early 2000s. So we're going to have a little look now at one of the bathrooms on the aircraft, which originates from the early 90s when British Airways did its previous refit. So as you can see, space is quite constrained in there. The bathrooms would have been stocked with toiletries from either Kiehl's or Molten Brown. I think towards the end of service it was Kiehl's exclusively that supplied Concorde. But the new bathrooms were, although they were the same size, they looked bigger, if that makes sense, because of the design. And I'll try and get a photo to show you so you can see the difference. Obviously in flight there were doors on here. So we're coming now into the rear cabin, another crew area by here. So I'll leave you turn around at this point because the aircraft is set up as it would have been in service. So as I mentioned to you, the interior wasn't designed by Sir Terence Conran, but the dinner services and the cushions and blankets were all Conran design. The rest of the interior was designed by Factory Design Limited. So you've got some more wardrobes in here, and right at the back of the aircraft, of course, you've got the rear galley.
We launched our first ever masking set for the 1/48th scale Westland Lysander. As you can see here, this is what comes in the pack. You've got the printed instructions showing exactly where each pre-cut mask goes, and of course the mask sheet itself, clearly numbered. Everything's been matched perfectly to the clear parts in this kit, so there's no trimming needed, just lift, place and press. We're going to start with part X13 here. We're applying mask number 5 to begin with. You can see how easily it peels off the backing sheet. We're lining it up with the top corner and using the straight edge as a guide. It sits in place really well. You'll notice how the shape matches exactly to the framing, there's no stretching or fiddling needed. As we keep going, each mask is added one by one, carefully lining up the edges and gently smoothing them down. If you're doing this yourself, a cocktail stick is great for getting the masks into place. Just enough pressure to get them flush, but not too much pressure. It really doesn't take long and the fit is spot on. Now that all the masks are in place, we're ready to move on to paint. With RAF aircraft like the Lysander, the interior side of the canopy frames would be cockpit green. So here we're spraying the inside first. That way, once the outer camo goes on, you've got an authentic finish with the correct colour visible from inside the cockpit. Before we commit to the clear parts, we're doing a quick spray test on a plastic spoon. Just checking the airbrush pressure and the paint quality. We're running it around 15 psi and using a thin mix of lacquer paint. This gives us good control and avoids flooding the masks. Now onto the real thing, and we're starting with a light dusting coat. That is key. You want to build the colour up slowly. A heavy coat could force paint under the mask and ruin the sharp lines. As you can see, the paint is going on evenly and it's drying almost instantly thanks to the thin layers. That's exactly what we want. We're continuing that same technique on all mask parts. Some sections, like the under canopy, only need exterior paint. Others, like this front screen, have masking on both sides, so we can spray both interior and exterior colours. Once everything's painted, we give it time to dry fully, then comes the satisfying part, peeling the masks away. We're doing this slowly and carefully, pulling along the edge of the paint line, and this helps prevent any accidental lifting or tearing. Now, if you take a look at this example we painted earlier, you'll see what we're aiming for. Cockpit green on the inside, camouflage on the outside, just like the real thing. This level of detail used to be tricky and time consuming, but with the masking set, it's effortless. And that's the brand new masking set for the Western Lysander complete. A simple but really useful addition to the Lysander kit, and something we're really proud to include. We may be planning more of these masking sets in the future, so if there's a particular kit you'd like to see one for, do let us know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and happy modelling from all of us here at Airfix. And finally in September, we spoke to the man whose ferret appears on our box art.
Part of a WhatsApp group for ex-soldiers, and I was part of 55, the Residency Field Battery, Royal Artillery, and we've had a sort of a group of ex-soldiers together, and I had a notification from that came through, and Sean Besson, one of my friends, he said, "Oh, Connie," because I was referred to as Connie. Connie, there's a ferret that they've just released, so it's going to be released, the Mk.2. And I thought, no, it'll be the old one because they've already released the Mk.2.3, so they're not going to produce a Mk.1.2. And then he sent the image through, and I sort of looked at my phone, opened it up, it's like 00EC15, that just rings a bell. So I went scurrying away and looked at my photographs, and then lo and behold, I looked at the pictures, and it was the very same registration plate and markings that the ferret I used in the Gulf. So it's a big surprise. We'd seen the Gulf situation flaring up, and I think it kicked off in the August of 1990. Lots of sort of footage on the television of the Americans being deployed, and then there was an announcement that units from the British units will be going out to the Gulf. The infantry unit would be 1st Stafford's Regiment. So I was actually part of 49 Field Regiment, and we got called out on a Sunday morning. We were all called out on sort of a parade, which is a big surprise for a Sunday. And then we were asked to indicate who were trained signallers, but also who were trained observation post assistants. So obviously I was in that category. And then we were said, right, okay, well, 40 Field Regiment based up in Hona are going to be deployed to support 1st Staffordshire Regiment, so the Stafford. So they needed to make up the numbers. So effectively we were going to be transferred from our parent unit to support 40 Field Regiment. So the following week we arrived at 40 Field Regiment, and then I was assigned to 129 Battery, and then interviewed by an officer, and then basically the officer was saying, all right, what skills do you have? And then I was then hooked up with an OP crew, and there were a couple of us, and essentially the 129 Battery crew that I was with was made up of some blokes from 45 Regiment as well. So it was a bit of a mismatched crew. They were operating a 432 armoured personnel carrier as an OP vehicle, and then I was assigned to run the Ferret scout car. So essentially you'd have the 432 in the middle of the battle group, and then you'd have the Ferret on the side of the battle group, but also used for liaison work. Now, 40 Field Regiment, I don't know what they'd been up to, but they'd been off camp for quite some time, so they hadn't used the Ferret scout car at those locations for a long time. So I essentially, we looked at the Ferret and thought, blimey, this is a bit of a wreck. So they were in pretty, to be fair, they were in pretty poor condition because they hadn't been used. The one that I had, 00EC15, as an example, I had one of the smoke discharger tubes just snapped off it. When I looked inside the vehicle, in comparison to the 49 Field Regiment Ferrets, that half the boxes were missing. So all the radio harnesses weren't there, and a bit poor. So the first few days with the crew was actually going around trying to gather as many bits as I could, knowing that this vehicle was going to be in theatre. So there was obviously a shortage of parts as well, so it was a bit cheeky, but we found ourselves doing sort of sneaky beaky trips into other batteries' gun bays and basically pinching parts off other vehicles to service that vehicle. We did an awful lot of training in Hona with 129 battery, so we'd be out on the ranges, and then we'd be providing fire support, including use of the Ferret for some of the Warrior Armour personnel vehicles firing their Radan cannons. So we did a lot of training, a lot of familiarisation with the Iraqi army and some of the vehicles. So as OPs, effectively we needed to know all the different vehicle types in case we faced them and we could bring down some artillery fire. So then we flew out to Saudi. We landed at Daman, and then we were initially posted at a place called Camp 4, which was like a worker camp for oil refineries or whatever they were doing out at Al Jubail. We took the camp over for a few weeks, and then we were essentially doing some training and then waiting for the vehicles to turn up. Then we went down to the docks, and we worked with the US Marine Corps down at the docks, sort of doing training. So initially our battle group was actually aligned with the US Marine Corps, which was very, very, very interesting. So the vehicles turned up, so ships turned up at the Al Jubail port, and then we were instructed to go and pull the vehicles off the boats. Of course, 00EC15 was pulled off the boat. And then we had this period of time initially at the dock with the vehicles parked up, where we would do lots of sort of titivating of the vehicles. So we painted the registration plates. So a lot of time killing there. When the vehicles were up to scratch, some of our initial tasks were to go out into the desert, and by this time the M109 A2 field guns hadn't self-propelled guns hadn't turned up. So what we did was we went out into the desert to survey some future gun positions in readiness. So the role of the Ferret, it changed through being out in, from the initially out in Saudi Arabia, then going into Iraq, and then moving around into Kuwait. So it changed along route. So initially we heavily used the vehicle as a liaison vehicle. So so for example, when the forward observation officer needed to go to an O group, the vehicle would be used to go and sort of run, basically the run around vehicle for the crew and for the forward observation officer. Then as time went on and we spent longer periods of time out in the desert, there were periods of R&R, so we would actually use the Ferret to ferry soldiers back to Camp 4, so you could have a shower, have a bit of a night off before you get carted back into the desert. And that happened maybe every month. You got an opportunity to go back and just freshen up a little bit. But it was extremely useful as sort of a run-around vehicle for liaison. So as time went on, things started to heat up. We then got moved further north. So initially we sort of drove north, and then we got loaded up by I think Bedford TM vehicles would cart the Ferrets up further, and we were essentially working alongside the tanks. And by this time further troops, further units had arrived from the UK, and we were no longer housed alongside the US Marine Corps. We were sort of our own fighting unit. Then as we moved further north and the air war kicked off, then we needed to, you know, obviously the situation changed heavily, and the role kicked in where we were essentially digging shell scrapes, being positioned in a shell scrape, and then observing the front. So it would be two of us in a crew. So the Warrior would be off doing its own thing at the centre of the battle group, and then essentially we would be housed in a position. I think there was one time we were sort of left in a position sort of one to 2 weeks, just essentially observing the front, and of course we were in radio communication back to the Warrior vehicle. On that vehicle as well, you had all the compo, so you had plenty of rations with you, and the units that we were aligned with. So initially we were obviously it was the Staffordshire Regiment, 1st Staffordshire Regiment, but we were with A Company, and each Ferret crew, which could be from 129 battery and some of the other batteries, are basically split out amongst the different companies of the Staffordshire Regiment. And then so we spent quite a bit of time just doing observation work and then carrying on ferrying people around. By this time there were no sort of fancy trips back to Camp 4, and it was all mainly moving between different units for O groups and so forth. But the vehicle, the Ferret, was heavily aligned with the Warrior, so we just sort of worked in tandem. So as time moved on and the ground war kicked off, so we had some situations where we would essentially, the British units are moving forward, rounding up prisoners, and the Ferret was used to as support to transfer the prisoners back from the front and into pens. So we basically provided support because we'd got this Gympie on and we were an armoured vehicle, so we were able to provide cover for some of the Iraqi troops being moved back into compounds. We did have some situations as well. So so for example, there was one particular time we'd managed to pick up an Iraqi, surrendered to us. So we searched him, shoved him on the back of the vehicle, and then we were driving back at some point, and then we came across an Iraqi infantry section, just sort of obviously armed with AK-47s, and we decided, right, okay, well we've got to tackle these people here. But what we managed to do was the Iraqi that we had trundling around on the back of us, he basically communicated with the Iraqis that were in front, legged it forward and convinced them to surrender. So we did have quite an amusing experience with rounding up this infantry section of Iraqis. And of course there's a bit of booty there, so it's the sort of the first introduction as well then that you managed to get your own AK-47 to play around with, which was quite good fun. But yeah, so it essentially providing support from the infantry and tank units to, once we'd rounded prison helps, just bring them back to the compounds. When we first arrived in Saudi, we went out into the desert, and the sand was just extremely soft. And if you look back in the 60s and when the British were out in places like Aden, they had special sand tyres, great big sand tyres that distributed the weight far better than the Dunlop 16 by 900. So the problems that we had was the vehicles bogging in all the time. So mounted on the front of the Ferret, we had 2 pieces of PSP. So we would regularly remove those, wedge them underneath the tyres, and then also with the shovel that was on the front of the Ferret, we would regularly dig the vehicle out to get out of sticky spots. But as the vehicle or as the situation moved on, we moved further north towards the Iraqi border. The ground conditions drastically improved. You know, the ground was a lot harder. You had the ability to be able to dig trenches. So and also the ground was very, very flat and less sort of undulating like in Saudi. So it was a lot better. So when we first arrived in Saudi, we had the MT sergeant walked around and he looked at the Ferret, and I think he was a bit of a tyre kicker, and he looked around the Ferret and he pointed to one of the tyres and just said, "Oh, we need to change that." So we had this new tyre turn up, took the tyre off, and of course I've got the knowledge now, but then had no idea. But basically we undid all of the nuts holding the two halves of the wheel together, which in fact is extremely dangerous. So we swapped over this tyre, put it all back together, put it on the Ferret, and then not long after we found a situation with the bevel box going bang. So we'd lost four-wheel drive, and an even worse situation with bogging the Ferret in. So to determine that we'd actually got a problem with the bevel box on the wheel station, is we had a Foden lorry came in. Using the jib of the Foden, we chained it up and we lifted the Ferret, and then by turning the wheels we could tell that we'd lost four-wheel drive to one of the sides of the Ferret. So of course, still stuck out in the middle of the desert, and they were an absolutely fantastic team. So when the replacement bevel box turned up, we had some RIAT engineers that came in, and we basically pack lift, took the whole engine out, the gearbox out, petrol tank out of the Ferret, and replaced one of the rear bevel boxes. So that was quite challenging, and hats off to the RIAT team to be able to do that. I think we had a little 9x9 tent there that was set up, and then just a big tarpaulin for the Ferret to sit on, but it was extremely well done. So from that was our major problem that we had with the Ferret in service. And of course the sand conditions improving going further north was really, really good. So you just, as sort of working on the vehicle, you would just make sure that it was maintained. So you would check all the oils or the lubricants periodically. And also fuel, keeping an eye on the fuel consumption was really important. I did have a situation where it was like, I can't believe this is happening, where we actually ran out of fuel in the middle of the desert, and we looked around 360 and not a soul in sight. So me and my mate were just a little bit head scratching, thinking, oh dear, we're in trouble here. But fortunately on the horizon we saw this sort of Land Rover turn and come towards us, fortunately, and absolutely brilliant blokes. Took the carburettor apart, undid it all, got a compo tin full of petrol, poured a bit of petrol in the carburettor, got a jerry can of fuel, and really got us out of trouble. So that was really beneficial. So as we moved further north, we had the air war, and then we had the ground war that took place. Once the ceasefire had kicked in, we parked up. So we basically parked up next to the Basra Highway. So we drove down the Basra Highway, and then we parked up with the Staffers, 1st Staffers Regiment. So we parked up there, and then we had a whole period of time then just to take stock of what had just happened. But also it was an opportunity, as many ex-soldiers will know, there's a term booty. So it was an opportunity to go and have a bit of a rummage around all the Iraqi kit. So we used the Ferret quite regularly to drive down the Basra Highway, and to be fair, a lot of it was a terrible mess. But it was an opportunity to look in some of the Iraqi tanks and look at some of the opposition equipment. And we picked up a few bits and pieces. So our crew, our OP crew, so for example, one of the bombardiers picked up a nice set of infrared binoculars. We all seem to have AK-47s as well, so we could do the old firing a few rounds in the air. And then also what I managed to recover is we've got some maps. So I've got a nice Iraqi map, where they were dished out, a big bundle of them. And then some of the obscure things, I've still got a couple of packets of Iraqi cigarettes. So it was quite an interesting time. So a long period of time just waiting for, waiting with the unit to essentially give the go-ahead to get taken out of theatre. So the Ferret, by that time, it had done some miles, and it was in sort of slightly, I'd say, poorish condition through just wear and tear. And the final day in which we left theatre, we parked the vehicles up, and the manifold broke. So my final memory of driving that Ferret was like driving a racing car, because there was no manifold on the Ferret. So the old Rolls-Royce B60 was purring away and making an incredible noise. The Ferret, in it, sort of when we were attached to the US Marine Corps, the Americans absolutely loved the Ferret. And of course, Saudi Arabian roads were just amazingly straight and in good condition. So often we would be returning to Camp 4, bombing down the motorway, and of course you'd see a whole line of Humvees, and we would just whiz past the Humvees. And on a couple of occasions we had Humvees trying to catch up with us, but the Ferret was governed to 60, and in certain situations you could get a lot faster. I know as well that there were situations where people would take the governor out, and then you could get out up to, I mean, I've never done it, but you could get up to 80 miles an hour out of a Ferret. But the quite a lot of jaw-dropping moments from Americans looking at the Ferret whizzing past. I did have a situation once as well when me and my mate were whizzing down one of the Saudi Arabian roads, and it was at night. We were absolutely flying, and all I could see, I was driving it, all I could see were these sort of headlamps creeping just alongside me, and then the chap then told us to pull over, let's get off the side. So we pulled over, and then I got a right rollicking from I think again he was another sergeant major, gave me a bit of a ticking off for speeding down one of these Saudi Arabian roads. But they were extremely good fun to drive, and that little bit of freedom made it even nicer.
October saw us revisit Alistair for another tour of the Ferret he now owns and restores.
Hello, my name's Alistair Constantine, and this is my Ferret Scout car. It's a Mk.2 4. I acquired it back in 2003, many years ago, so it's been a family member for many years. I got it as an absolute wreck, and the reason I got it, I lost my first wife to dreaded cancer, and then I found myself with a 7-year-old son scratching my head after he had gone to bed, thinking, what am I going to do now? So I thought, I need a project. So I managed to find this Ferret Scout car, a bit of a cliche, but in a barn in Kent, down near RF Manson. So I went down there, the vehicle couldn't move, managed to get the engine going. It was in incredibly poor state. It was also wedged in with other machinery, so I didn't really get a good look at it. My 7-year-old son was there, and he was sort of leaping around it saying, go on Dad, buy it. So I actually left saying, no, I'm not going to buy it because it's in such a poor state. Came back to Lincolnshire, and then the chap phoned me up and said, look, do you want this Ferret? And I went, oh, go on then. So I loaded it back up to Lincolnshire, and I've literally spent a good 20 years fixing it up, getting it back into some sort of reasonable condition. So it's been a labour of love, to be honest. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sort of point out some of the features of the vehicle. And one of the things about the vehicle as well is that part of the interest in it is not just finding out about actually working on it and fixing it. It's also about finding out the history behind the vehicle. So I'd written to Bovington Tank Museum. I was lucky to get hold of the card that holds all the history of the machine. And lo and behold, it was destined to be a hard target down at the ranges down in the south. Fortunately, Bovington Tank Museum pulled the vehicle off the range, and they used it as bargaining material for a white Scout car. This vehicle wasn't used; it was basically stuffed away and left for many years to rot. So this vehicle, during looking at the history of it, spent the majority of its time in Northern Ireland. So in Northern Ireland, they were used in Belfast, and the history card does give a lot of history behind the vehicle being in several different sites and working out of RAF Aldergrove. The vehicle's been up-armoured, so that's why it's a Mk.2 4. Sadly, there were many of these vehicles that were taken out through landmines, and the MOD realised that they had to up-armour the version. So what they did, they've welded on sort of extra applique armour that I'll show you as I walk around the vehicle. So there are some sort of slight modifications with armour and firefighting equipment and suspension modification and so forth, which I'll point out. So the vehicle itself, I've kitted it out I served in the Royal Artillery in 5.5 the Residency Field Battery in Lippstadt in Germany. And I served as what's known as an OPAC signaller and driver. So I worked on these vehicles directing artillery fire. So I've recreated this version to something to reminisce about the sort of the vehicle makeup that I would sort of remember. So we've got the pennants here of 5.5 battery, which are the double ducks, LV, with battle honours of Lucknow. So I've recreated the pennants. And then some of the features of it. So we've got all the sort of equipment at the front. So we've got the shovel, the pick, we've got the tube at the front here, which is to hold spare aerials. Obviously, we've got the smoke dischargers as well. The smoke dischargers, funnily enough, we never used those from recollection. They were just sort of a feature on there. Incidentally, these often would go missing. The caps, the rubber caps. So we used to use compo tin lids. So you used to get plastic in your compo rations. You got a little lid, so that would fit perfectly over the top, so you could keep the rubbish out of the being consumed in the smoke discharger. So we've got the bridge classification on here as well. Quite often you'll see vehicles with a yellow bridge classification, and sort of through the late 80s, obviously you didn't want too much leery paintwork on your vehicle, especially if you're working covertly. So some of the features here, we've got just a green and black bridge classification. So further around the vehicle, we've got the recovery chain. There's various bits of configuration for these. So some people had them sort of twisted around the front of the vehicle. I've recreated the version that we had, which is basically wrapped around the front of the vehicle, only used for recovery purposes. We've got just looking at the turret, we've got the registration plate. So this one's 00DC05, which is originally produced as a Mark II version, and then, as I said, has been up armoured to the Mark II 4. Driving in these vehicles, we've got at the front, we've got the hatch at the front, and to be honest, to drive with the periscopes is extremely difficult, very, very, very challenging. So just certainly in Germany, we used to drive around with just the front open. There were windscreens available that you'll see. Enthusiasts have windscreens for the vehicles, but generally they were very, very rarely used. They're in the barracks, they're in the sort of the garages for these, but we very rarely used. We've got the side hatches as well, which drop down, so the driver can sort of drop these down. So if I just click on this will fall down in place, and then you've got the vision through the periscope. And there is those people, Ferret crews, and I know a couple of people themselves that have got broken fingers. So if I just lock that off, what tended to happen, if they weren't locked off properly, the hatch would come down and then it would land on your fingers, and you'd have a good scream. So everybody, as a driver or as working on ferret crews, are taught, make sure that they lock off the hatches sufficiently. So just moving around, so we've got the antenna pot. So we've got 2 radios in the vehicle. So the 2 radios, because it's an artillery observation vehicle, we've got a 351 radio, which talks to the, so the 351 will be talking to the, basically the ferret crew would work as a split party. So you would be, the main party would be working with the centrally of the battle group, with the company commander or with a squadron commander, directing artillery support. And then you'd have the ferret that would be on the flank that would help support any observation. So this vehicle, so one of the radios is talking to the battery, which is the 353, and then the 351 is talking to the back to the your own crews, back to your FOO, your forward observation officer. So as I move around the vehicle, you've got the hatch at the top, which will swing over and close. It goes into several different positions as well. So if you want a bit of a windbreaker, you can elevate the hatch so it's in almost vertical position, which just helps the commander get less battered with rain and so forth. We've got a big side bin on the side, so you've got lots of stowage. So these aren't armoured, but you're keeping all sorts of bits of kit in here, things like your bottle jacks, your starting handle, and all your bits of compo and other bits of equipment that you need, toolkit and so forth. We've got some visor on the side here, so inside you've got a splinter screen just behind this, so you can look out through the side of the vehicle. Extremely difficult to look out of, and squaddies being squaddies, on the gun part would often get a sort of a 4-inch brush and paint. So this has all been sprayed, but in reality, the majority of vehicles would have been painted on the gun part with your green and black using a 4-inch brush and a tin of paint. So of course these areas here got clogged up with paint and would cause visibility problems. At the back here we've got a first aid kit. Just pull those out. We've got a sort of first aid box here that we can, if need be, you've got your plasters and bandages and so forth in that particular area. Then we've got more stowage, and then wheels wise, so when we look at the wheels, they're 900 by 16 wheels. They're called run flat, so in theory, if you had a puncture in one of these things, you'd still be able to get yourself out of trouble. The series of nuts on here, so you've got the outer nuts, which holds the two sections of the wheel together, marked up red because the last thing you want to do is to split those and the wheel to go bang and split apart under pressure, which can be very dangerous. And then you've got your road wheel nuts as well. These are actually painted green. Now, quite a few Ferrets I've seen in private hands where they've been painted white, which look nice and shiny and good, but personally I've never seen them in service painted white. The hubs themselves, I mean, there's a bit of an analogy that if you have a Ferret, it's got no oil in it if you haven't got puddles of oil in your garage. So in other words, if there's no oil dripping out, there's no oil in the Ferret, because they were notorious for leakage. So when the Ferret's going along as well, that you've got various different seals in the hub. When they get hot, they were prone to flying out some of the oil. So we've got a situation where oil would be extracted from the hub, and you'll get lines of oil flicking around on the outside. So there'll be and of course when you go through dusty, dirty conditions, you'd have lines of sort of sandy dirt coming across the wheels. Moving around to the back, we've got obviously the protector for the exhaust, which gets, and even now we've driven down here this morning, it's still extremely hot. And then if I just flick up the engine cover, and if we just look on the inside, so we've got a Rolls-Royce B60 engine, 4.2 litre, extremely reliable engine, and this is it's part of the B series. So this engine also shared different cylinder versions for different vehicle types. So, for example, the Alvis Saracen also had this engine type. It had the 8-cylinder version. We've got the Austin Champ that's got the 4-cylinder version. So there were sort of 8 or 9 different vehicles, including some of your recovery vehicles using donkey engines that were also Rolls-Royce B40, B60 engines. So we've got the engine, we've got the yellow cap for oil filling. These do, to start with, tend to get smoky inside here, so quite a bit of soot can build up around this area, because when the engine's cold, to generate some flexibility in the engine, they've created, with the manifold going to the exhaust pipe, there's 2 floating pipes. So until they get hot, you get quite a bit of soot coming out of those areas that then gets sucked through the fan unit. So you'll see the fan unit, it's fairly clean, but these can often get clogged up with sort of soot and dirt that get thrown out through the back and the radiator. So we've got the engine itself. So the vehicle is designed to wade through water. So often, in Germany, if you're on a major exercise and you sort of went across a Royal Engineer bridge, quite often entry and exit points of that bridge would be quite deep in water. So the engine is actually designed to prevent any contamination of water and not swim, but it certainly can wade through fairly deep water. You'll see as well inside the engine compartment just here that you've got a fire extinguisher system. So this is a Mark 2 4 which had a fire extinguisher system fitted to it, and the idea being that if you're in a riot and you had a petrol bomb thrown at you and it was affecting the crew, then someone internally, it can be activated. You can activate it internally, but there are 2 external activation points. So if you've got troops around you, they can sort of turn on they can activate a big cylinder of carbon dioxide, CO2. So you'll see here one of the activation points, one of the handles just here, and then you've got the instruction just on the plate to tell the person how to actually activate the extinguisher. We've actually got a bit of an oiler here as well, but to be honest, I've never known anybody use it, but it's quite a nice feature of the Ferret for sort of aesthetics. So if I'm just going to close this down, we'll move around the back, and then I'll show you the other side of the engine. So around the back, we've got obviously registration plate again, build up of dirt and so forth wise. So you'll tend to get quite a bit of build up around the back, and then on the down here through the hubs and the wheel stations, you'll get quite a bit of mud build up in the sort of the rear area. So coming around the back, we've got this is just the brass nut that you can remove to use as a starting handle, and then we've got this little lug here. It's got a convoy light, and then we've got the pattern here of the black and white pattern, which I've recreated from photographs of ones that I've sort of worked upon. The idea being is when you're in a convoy, you've got an opportunity to flick to convoy light, and then a very small light just covers this area, and you've got this little pinpoint that you can follow in a convoy when you're on exercise or whatever you're up to. It can be very difficult to follow on convoy light, and I experienced with a chap called Benny Juice. I was driving along, and we actually went off the side of a bridge because I was trying to follow somebody, and I think the convoy area was completely obscured. It's extremely difficult to drive with it, without any sort of lights. So that's that. Just moving round, we've got some stowage areas here. So the bins usually would have stowage straps on, but I've taken these ones off because they tend to get a bit tatty and worn. Things that would be kept on the back, in Germany we'd have things like a canvas cover, so there was an opportunity, or any of your sort of Bergens and things that you could strap to the back. You had to keep these fairly clear though, because the cooling system for the engine, you're completely reliant on air coming through the vehicle, back through the back hatches, and actually going in and getting sucked through underneath these engine covers. My understanding as well is there is we have had problems with these bogging in, in sort of soft sandy conditions. So this version won't do it, but I understand that there was an opportunity years ago that you could take this rod out, and then you could use one of the engine covers basically as a sand channel to try and get yourself bogged out of a sticky situation.
We explored the rocket that took humanity to the moon.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
The Saturn V was the most powerful rocket ever built, the machine that carried humanity to the moon and beyond. It stood 363 feet tall, that's taller than the 36-storey building and 60 feet higher than the Statue of Liberty. Fully fuelled, it weighed a massive 6.2 million pounds, that's the equivalent of about 400 elephants. At liftoff, its 5 F1 engines produced 7.6 million pounds of thrust, generating more power than 85 Hoover dams combined. A car that gets 30 miles to the gallon could drive around the Earth 800 times with the fuel used for a single Saturn V lunar mission. This immense rocket could place 130 tonnes into Earth orbit, or 50 tonnes around the weight of 4 school buses, on a trajectory to the moon. The Saturn V was developed at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. It was the largest of the Saturn family of rockets, following the smaller Saturn I and Saturn 1B, which had been used for missions into Earth orbit. But to achieve President John F. Kennedy's goal for landing a man on the moon before the decade was out, NASA needed something vastly more powerful, and Saturn V was the answer.
The Apollo Saturn V, America's largest space vehicle, is being developed for extensive manned space missions. including landings on the moon prior to the end of this decade. One of the most important steps in creating a useful space vehicle is the live development testing of the propulsion system. These tests, called static firings, involve strapping down each stage of the vehicle and firing its engine.
Its design was groundbreaking. The rocket had 3 stages, each of which burned through its fuel before detaching. The first stage, fitted with 5 enormous F1 engines, lifted the fully loaded rocket to an altitude of about 40 miles before falling into the ocean. The second stage's 5 J2 engines took over, carrying the vehicle close to orbital speed before dropping away as well. Finally, the third stage placed the Apollo spacecraft into Earth orbit and then fired again to send it on its way to the moon. Depending on the mission, the final stage either remained in orbit, re-entered Earth's atmosphere, or was intentionally crashed into the moon so that seismometers left by astronauts could measure the shockwaves.
The Apollo Saturn V consists of 3 booster stages and 3 spacecraft stages. The primary booster stage is the S1C. The upper stages are the S2 and the S4B. The 3 spacecraft stages include the lunar module, the propulsion module, and the command module.
The first Saturn V launch took place on November 9, 1967 with Apollo 4. This was an uncrewed test flight, but unlike previous rockets, Saturn V was tested all up, with all 3 stages flown together from the start. It was a bold move, but it worked. Apollo 4 successfully demonstrated the rocket's immense power and tested the Apollo spacecraft's heat shield on a simulated return from the moon. Apollo 6 followed in 1968, another uncrewed flight to fine-tune the design. The first time astronauts climbed aboard a Saturn V was Apollo 8 in December 1968. Frank Borman, James Lovell and Bill Anders became the first humans to leave Earth orbit and circle the moon, sending back the famous Earthrise photograph on Christmas Eve. The Saturn V had proven its worth. And in March 1969, Apollo 9 tested the lunar module in Earth orbit, while Apollo 10 rehearsed every step of a moon landing without actually touching down. These missions built confidence for what came next. On the 16th of July 1969, Apollo 11 lifted off atop a Saturn V.
At 15 seconds, guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. We have a liftoff. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
4 days later, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin became the first humans to walk on the lunar surface, while Michael Collins orbited above. More than 500 million people watched the event live as the Saturn V fulfilled Kennedy's vision.
All right, go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you... For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure they too join with America in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Over the next 3 years, Saturn V carried astronauts to 5 more successful lunar landings. Apollo 12 explored the ocean of storms, Apollo 14 marked Alan Shepard's return to space, Apollo 15 carried the first lunar rover, and Apollo 16 and 17 conducted extended scientific exploration. Apollo 13 also launched on the Saturn V, but an oxygen tank explosion in the spacecraft forced the crew to abort the landing. Crucially, the Saturn V performed perfectly, placing them on course for the Moon and enabling their safe return.
April 13th, 1970. The mood could only be described as relaxed. Apollo 13, man's 5th lunar mission. The 3rd scheduled to land on the Moon, continued its tranquil coast.
This is the crew of Apollo 13, wishing everybody there a nice evening, and we're just about ready to close out our inspection of Aquarius and get back for a pleasant evening at Odyssey. Good night.
13, we've got one more item for you when you get a chance. We'd like it to stir up your cryo tanks. In addition, have shaft and trunnion for a look at the Comet Bennett if you need it.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Yes, Houston, we've had a problem. We've had a main B bus undervolt.
Roger, main B undervolt. Okay, stand by at 13. We're looking at it.
In total, the Saturn V flew 13 times with a perfect launch record. Its final flight came in 1973 when it placed Skylab, America's first space station, into Earth orbit. That launch used only 2 stages, but it was still a reminder of the rocket's unmatched capabilities. The Saturn V was not just a rocket, it was a symbol of engineering triumph. Its thunderous launches shook the ground for miles around, and its exhaust plumes created some of the loudest sounds ever produced by humans. Yet it was also incredibly reliable, never failing in flight. The rocket's legacy continues today, and it remains the most powerful rocket ever flown successfully, inspiring modern heavy lift vehicles like NASA's Space Launch System and SpaceX Starship. More than 50 years after it first flew, Saturn V still stands as one of humanity's greatest achievements. It carried us to the Moon, expanded our presence in space, and showed what could be accomplished when science, engineering, and ambition came together. From Apollo to Skylab, it was the rocket that made history. We announced the de Havilland Mosquito with new parts. We continued beyond the basics with a Westland Wessex build. Welcome back to Beyond the Basics. In this build we're working on the Airfix Wessex, a kit that really rewards careful preparation and precision. The tolerances are tight, the detail is crisp, and with a little extra care it goes together beautifully. We'll start with the interior section, the cargo bay and cockpit area. For this stage we'll need the 2 fuselage halves, cargo bay floor, a pair of bulkheads, some pipework, a small support bracket, 2 clear windows and the seats. Then the instructions suggest fitting the interior completely before adding the fuselage floor, but we're going to change that slightly. The floor section forms the base of the fuselage, and because this kit's tolerances are so tight, even a fraction out of alignment can cause issues later. So we'll glue the floor directly to one fuselage half now. That ensures a clean seam and perfect alignment when we close everything up. Once that's set, we can add the internal details, the bulkheads, pipework and small support pieces. The seats can stay off for now, they'll be easier to install once everything's painted. With those parts now ready, we'll move on to the painting. All the interior sections are primed, then sprayed medium grey for the bulkheads and floor, and interior green for the structural framing. A few details are picked out in black and blue, and once dry we seal everything with a satin varnish. After that, we'll dry brush the raised details with light grey to highlight the texture, and add a subtle panel line wash around recesses to give depth. Once the paintwork's complete, we can fit the clear windows using glazing cement, a water-based adhesive that won't fog the clear parts. With everything painted and cured, the bulkheads and seating are installed. Dry fit the opposite fuselage half to check alignment. It should close cleanly with no resistance. If it does, we're ready to move on. That completes the first stage, the lower fuselage and interior assembly. Moving on, we'll prepare the next set of components for the cockpit and main rotor housing. We'll start by fitting the rotor mount, which locks into position just behind the cockpit bulkhead. Then we have 3 actuator rods that connect around it. Make sure these are aligned correctly, as the assembly sets the angle for the rotor head later. The cockpit seats and consoles are next, and once painted and weathered, they're assembled into the main cockpit tub. Installing the cockpit itself is a little fiddly. The best method is to join the fuselage halves loosely, then slide the cockpit tub into position from below. Once aligned, secure it with a few drops of glue and hold the halves together temporarily with an elastic band while it sets. While that's curing, we can fit the central console, rudder bar and control sticks. It's worth noting that the lower cockpit section is a tight fit. Following the instructions precisely may make it difficult to install, so it can be easier to fit that part afterwards once the cockpit is in place. Now the fuselage halves can be joined permanently. Apply slow setting glue along the internal seams. Clamp or band the halves together and allow time for the joints to set completely. With the basic structure complete, we can move on to the outer details, starting with the tail section. We're building this one with the tail extended rather than folded. Add the tailplane assembly, the engine covers and the upper fuselage panels. Some smaller details like antennas or vents are best left off until after painting, but we'll fit everything that won't interfere with masking. Before fitting the canopy, add the small instrument panel that mounts inside the clear part. Use canopy cement to avoid fogging and a tiny touch of superglue on the lower corners for extra hold. Mask both the inside and outside edges of the canopy before attaching it to the fuselage. Once those are attached, we're ready to prime the airframe. Use black primer over most of the model and white primer on the areas that will receive the red fuselage stripe. This helps the red appear bright and even. When the primer is dry, mask off the white area and spray the red stripe. Let it cure fully before masking over it for the main camouflage. For the camouflage, we start with the upper green. This is sprayed first, working in light coats to build up colour gradually. Once that's dry, we'll use white tack and masking tape to define the camouflage pattern before applying the grey. It's a time-consuming process, but accurate masking makes a big difference to the final finish. When both colours are down, remove the masking and tidy up any soft edges. Repaint the underside black if necessary for a clean demarcation line. Once we're happy with the paintwork, apply a light gloss coat in preparation for decals. Next, we'll build up the undercarriage. This assembly can be a bit tricky, the struts are delicate and alignment is important, so take your time here. Paint the legs and retraction arms, then secure them firmly into the locating holes with superglue for added strength. The Wessex comes with markings for several versions. but we're building one of the standard schemes. Apply the decals carefully over the gloss surface using decal softener where needed. Once everything is dry, clean away any residue with mild soapy water to avoid silvering under later varnish coats. With decals sealed under a coat of clear lacquer, we can start adding the smaller components. The pipework beneath the fuselage is painted gunmetal. The winch unit fits neatly above the undercarriage, Superglue works well here for a strong bond. The tail rotor assembly and tail cone go on next. These fit cleanly and usually don't require glue. At this stage the model becomes quite fragile, so it's best to leave small parts like these until after decaling. Finally, we can attach the main exhaust stacks. Each one comes in 2 halves, clean up the joints carefully and thin the edges slightly for realism. Paint them black, then dry brush with silver, copper and a touch of titanium to create a heat stained metal effect. These press fit securely into position. The main wheels are painted black, then dusted lightly with sand coloured pigment to bring out the hub detail. Once these are installed, the helicopter sits squarely on its gear. The distinctive red nose section is next. Start with a coat of white primer, then spray a bright gloss red. Before varnishing, run a fine panel line wash around the grills to make the details pop. Now we move on to the rotors. The tail rotor is a 3-part assembly, the hub and collar are painted red and the blades black. Mask and spray carefully to keep the colour separation crisp. For the main rotor, assemble the 2 central hub pieces first, then attach each blade. The upper surface of each blade is camo green, the underside black with yellow tips. We've chosen to paint the tips rather than use the decals for a cleaner finish. First we spray them white, then we overlay yellow once the white is dry. Once painted, apply gloss and add any rotor decals. The hub itself is finished in a neutral grey, then lightly dry brushed for a lighter tone to bring out the mechanical detail. Finally, weather the blades with a soft dusting of pigment to reduce shine and simulate operational wear. Once the rotors are fitted, the Wessex really comes to life. Now we give the model a final check, there's no loose parts, seams are neat and decals are sealed. And there we have it, the complete Western Wessex. A super kit with excellent fit and crisp detail throughout. Built carefully, it makes a stunning addition to any collection. Thank you for joining us on another episode of Beyond the Basics. Don't forget to like, subscribe and share your own Wessex builds on our social channels. We'll see you next time. For Halloween we also built a Typhoon with a particularly intriguing history. This is a story of the Typhoon they call the Reaper. In 2016 at RAF Coningsby, a new Typhoon was scheduled for repainting, part of a night operations test scheme. It was supposed to be routine. But when the hangar doors opened that morning, the engineers found something unexpected. The aircraft was black, completely black. No one had logged the repaint, no one admitted to doing it. And on the right wing, a single word had been painted in red. Reaper. At first the crews thought it was a practical joke, until the flight logs started to change. Pilots began reporting an extra aircraft in the sky during night exercises, flying in formation, then vanishing mid-turn. Controllers swore they saw it too. But when they checked the call signs, there was nothing there. One pilot claimed he saw the black Typhoon alongside him. The canopy was empty. No heat signature, no sound, just the Reaper's markings glinting under the moonlight. When he landed, his aircraft log read, 2 ship formation, confirmed. But the second entry was blank. Then came the night of the storm, a training mission over the North Sea. 3 Typhoons launched, but only 2 returned. The missing jet's transponder failed mid-flight. The last radar ping placed it miles offshore. For days rescue crews searched. They found no wreckage, no signal, nothing. A week later, a canopy washed ashore on the Lincolnshire coast, black and scorched. The word Reaper still visible beneath the salt. Some say the Reaper still flies, a ghost in the clouds, appearing when storms gather over Coningsby. Others say she guards the skies, watching over those who dare to follow. Whatever the truth, the Reaper's story remains, locked forever in black paint and whispered memories. November brought the release of the Spitfire Mk.9E, we headed down to Scale Model World in Telford. And at Scale Model World, we announced the new 24th scale Messerschmitt Bf 109 G5-6. Finally, in December we took a closer look at the schemes included in the Spitfire PR19. It's hard to think of another aircraft with a service history quite like this one. From wartime reconnaissance to meteorological research, mock combat with jet fighters, and now a treasured place in aviation heritage. This is the story of the Supermarine Spitfire PR19 PS853. This kit features 3 beautiful schemes, each representing a different chapter in PS853's extraordinary life. Scheme A is PS853 from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight at RAF Binbrook, Lincolnshire, England, 1963. This aircraft famously took part in simulated air-to-air combat sorties with English Electric Lightning F3s, an encounter few could have imagined at the time. After the retirement of the RAF's last operational Spitfire PR19s in 1957, the remaining aircraft from the temperature and humidity flight at RAF Woodvale were transferred to the newly formed historic aircraft flight at RAF Biggin Hill, the foundation of today's Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. PS853 was one of these 3 aircraft, but the story took a curious turn. Although she initially arrived at Biggin Hill, she was soon deemed surplus to requirements and flown to the Central Flight Establishment at West Raynham, where she was considered for use as a gate guardian. She was officially struck off charge in May 1958, but she never became a static display. Instead, PS-853 continued flying, later receiving an overhaul at RAF St Athan. By the time she returned, the Central Flight Establishment had relocated to RAF Binbrook, and PS-853 was brought back into charge, just in time for one of the most remarkable chapters in Spitfire history. Around this period, tensions in Southeast Asia saw RAF jets deployed to Malaysia in anticipation of possible encounters with older piston engine fighters such as the North American Mustang. This raised an important question: how would modern jet interceptors like the Gloucester Javelin or even the new English Electric Lightning perform against such slower, more agile aircraft? To find out, the Air Fighting Development Squadron at Binbrook, led by a pilot with extensive experience in piston fighters and close ties to the Lightning programme, arranged a unique series of mock combat trials. The idea was simple: to test the world's fastest Mk.2 jet against one of the world's most legendary piston engine fighters, the Spitfire. PS-853, now based at Binbrook, was flown against two brand new Lightning F3s delivered for trials and evaluation. And the results were fascinating. Despite being nearly 1,000 miles per hour slower, the Spitfire proved a surprisingly tricky target. Its small radar and infrared signature made it almost invisible to the Lightning's missiles, and its slower speed meant the jets had only a split second to engage before overshooting. If a Lightning slowed down to track the Spitfires more easily, it became vulnerable to the older aircraft's agility. And if PS-853 had been armed, it could easily have turned the tables. In short, this technological mismatch actually worked in the Spitfire's favour. The Lightning's F3 variant lacked guns entirely, meaning the only way to win was with an accurate missile lock, something that proved extremely difficult. It's believed these trials were unofficial, conducted after regular Lightning development work each day, sometime between January and April 1964. And before long, PS-853 was sent back to the historic flight by then relocated to RAF Cutteshaw. Though the feared encounters in Southeast Asia never came to pass, these remarkable mock battles gave PS-853 an unforgettable place in aviation history. And her camouflage appearance during this period remains one of the most striking she ever wore. Scheme B is the same Spitfire at temperature and humidity flight, RAF Woodvale, Southport, Merseyside, in England 1956. For her days at Binbrook, PS-853 served in a very different role, flying with the RAF's meteorological temperature and humidity flight. These missions dated back to the 1920s, gathering vital weather data to support RAF operations. During and after the war, the work continued daily, with aircraft collecting atmospheric readings and observations used to produce detailed forecasts. By the 1950s, this task was handed to Short Brothers and Harland, operating former RAF aircraft under contract. The unit eventually settled at RAF Woodvale on the Sefton coast near Southport, with the Spitfire PR19 proving ideal for the job. Fast, stable and equipped with a pressurised cockpit, it could reach high altitudes and long ranges with ease. The aircraft's superb handling allowed pilots to focus on their instruments while collecting an array of pressure and temperature readings along set routes. Later, as part of the civilian meteorological research flight at RAF Woodvale, she experienced another minor mishap during the 1957 at Home Day Air Show. The same event marked the end of Spitfire farm operations. After landing with engine trouble, she nosed over, damaging her propeller. When the unit disbanded the next day, PS-853 was officially transferred to the RAF's new historic flight, alongside two other PR-19s. Though once considered for gate guardian duties, she was never grounded. Instead, she remained airworthy and years later underwent a meticulous restoration to flying condition. In 1966, Rolls-Royce purchased PS-853, and she has since become one of the jewels of their aviation heritage collection. Based at East Midlands Airport, she represents both the company's engineering legacy and the bravery of reconnaissance pilots who flew unarmed missions during the war. Wearing a scheme closely matching her 1945 appearance with No. 16 Squadron, PS-853 looks ready even now to set off on another photo reconnaissance sortie, if not for the Rolls-Royce titles on her nose. Maintained to the highest standard, she's at regular air shows across the UK, a graceful display showcasing the ultimate evolution of the legendary Spitfire. Inside her immaculate hangar at East Midlands Airport, she shares space with some of Rolls-Royce's most advanced jet engines, a living link between the past and the future of aviation. 80 years after her construction, Spitfire PS853 remains a proud symbol of British engineering and a timeless reminder of the skill, courage and innovation that define the Spitfire's legacy. Which version of PS853 will you build? Let us know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe. We built a Stillwart as part of the Beyond the Basics. Apart from those subtle variations, the majority of this build will be assembled and then painted as one piece before we begin weathering. We start by preparing the main hull components. A few holes must be drilled before assembly, one in the rear section and several on the back panel, drilled at an angle as indicated in the instructions. These piercings will later receive accessories and mounting points. With those drilled, we move on to the amphibious propulsion units. These are the water drive assemblies unique to the Stalwart's amphibious capability. We fit those carefully to position, gluing from the inside so that the joints remain clean externally. Once both are set, we attach the side housings and rear panel, checking alignment and dry fitting before committing to glue. The fit is excellent throughout, and completing this stage corresponds to the first section of the build. Following our everything green principle, we move to the crew compartment. The seat frames are glued into the cabin floor, but the seat cushions are left separate so we can paint them black later. With those set aside, we fit the side seats, inner walls and instrument console, each component aligning with locator tabs for a precise fit. We also assemble the radio rack subunit, then attach it onto the console. Next we build two smaller components and fit them to the bulkhead, before installing the entire assembly into the hull. The instructions then call for the cab sides, front panel, top plate and roof. To ensure a perfect fit, we glue these major surfaces together while dry fitted to the chassis. This method lets us remove the cab as a sub-assembly later for painting and interior detailing. With that now dry, the cab can be lifted off and treated as a separate unit. We'll paint the interior and detail it before final installation. Meanwhile, we attach the side rails for the canvas load cover. For best accuracy, we glue only one end, allow it to cure, then align the opposite end, preventing misalignment or twisting of the rail. Next we fit the tailgate and build the large stowage box that sits above it. The exhaust system also goes in this area, but since it's finished in a contrasting colour, we'll hold off final installation until after painting. Turning our attention to the under chassis, we install the suspension and drive assemblies. These units pass through the hull mounting openings. We glue only at the primary anchor point so that alignment remains true. We then build the drive shafts, each comprising two halves, and follow the instructions closely. These parts are handed left and right, so orientation is important. Once the shafts are installed, we attach the torsion arms and suspension boxes. This stage can be intricate, so we progress deliberately, checking each step of the instructions for correct orientation. When complete, the entire suspension assembly is structurally sound. We then install the brake discs on each wheel hub location, following the numbering scheme in the instructions. With the drive suspension systems complete, the model appears plain and bare plastic, but this is simply the foundation for painting and weathering. With assembly essentially complete, we attach add-on fittings, tow hooks, number plates and other small details, including the pieces we drilled earlier. We then fit the side hull covers and insert the internal rails. At this point, the model is ready for primer. We apply a full coat of black primer to the entire model. This unifies the surface, enhances the fine moulded detail and forms an excellent base for the green finish. Once the primer is dry, we spray the main hull, cab and chassis in the appropriate deep green used on British Army vehicles of this era. While this dries, we can finish off the cab interior. We paint the seat pads black and then complete the cab by installing the seat backs and instrument panels. We apply the instrument decal to the console, and once the adhesive sets, we can add interior weathering powders to simulate foot traffic wear and mud. With the cab detailed and weathered, we set it aside for final installation. The exhaust is then painted separately using a mix of black acrylic and rust-toned pastel powder to create a convincing oxidised metal look. Then we attach the side cover and paint that green to match the hull. We modelled these in the closed position so we fit both covers and the central panel while still loose from the main hull to allow access. With all major painting done, we can now proceed to the black camouflage pattern. For authenticity, and because real vehicles often had brush applied treatment in the field, we mask loosely in pencil and then brush fill the flat black sections with acrylic. Once the camo is complete, we seal the model with a matte varnish, then begin weathering. Using fine powders and washes, including a dedicated grime wash and sandtone pigments, we apply layers across the surfaces. Dust, mud splatter, panel wash and drips. We allow drying between layers to simulate real operational wear without overdoing it. We then fit the windscreen. Before gluing it into place, we paint the edge trim black to hide reflections from the clear plastic. At this point, the model begins to read as a working vehicle in the field. Next, we can move on to wheels. Each wheel consists of a hub and a tyre. We paint the hub in the same green as the hull and the tyre in dark weathered black. After cleaning up the assembly, we can now attach all 6 wheels to the vehicle. The stance instantly grounds the model and gives it presence. With major assembly done, we finish smaller detail work and decal placement. We apply number plates, unit markings, hazard labels and tactical stripes. Finally, we can fit stowage details. Water bottles, a pickaxe head, handle, shovel, wooden tool rack, water butts and a small auxiliary box. The canvas cover is placed over the rails at the rear. For displays you could add tie-down cables, but we leave the cover removable for display versatility. After a final sweep of matte varnish and a gentle dust layer to unify the finish, the build of our Alvis FV622 Stillwart Mk.2 is complete. The finished model presents as a rugged, well-used vehicle. Just the right level of weathering for this type of machine. It's a straightforward model in many respects, yet richly rewarding, thanks to the detail and the nature of the finish. Its modular build and fine fit make it suitable for both intermediate and advanced modelers. Thank you for joining us at Airfix Beyond the Basics for the Alvis FV622 Stalwart Mk.2. As always, please like and subscribe, and happy modelling. And finally, to end December, I had a crack at a festive Sherman. This year I wanted to challenge myself by building a kit using only what's in the box. In previous years I've leaned quite heavily on Humbrol sprays, which are great, but I always felt like I was cutting a few corners. If you watch my past Christmas builds, you know I like adding a festive twist, and this year I also wanted to try something new. I decided to have a go at weathering the Sherman Firefly starter set. As I've probably mentioned before, I'm still very much a beginner, despite this being my 4th Christmas build in a row. One of my favourite things about Airfix is the community, and I would genuinely love to hear your tips and tricks for next time. In 2026 I want to push my skills further, and I'd love to do that with help from you at home. I'm thinking we could build a kit together over several months. I can let you know what I'm working on next, and we can all improve together in the comment sections. The second challenge I set myself was completing the kit in a single day. Essentially, if you got this kit on Christmas morning, you could have it built and looking festive by the end of the day. And if you fancy having a go at this build or something similar, it's not too late to pick up a starter set and give it a try, ready for Christmas. To finish it all off, I used Humbrol weathering powders to create the snow effect on top, along with a dark panel wash to add a slightly muddy, winter-worn look. Well, what do you think? Let me know in the comments below, and if you've got any ideas for what my big 2026 build should be, I'd love to hear those too. Our final secret release of the year was in December, the Bristol Bulldog Mk.2A in 1/48 scale. So that's 2025, a fantastic year, and thank you so much for being part of it. Our new range reveal goes live here on YouTube on the 14th of January at 4 o'clock. So make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss it. Have a very happy new year, and we'll see you in 2026. Nathan, over and out.